Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. Good evening as well to our viewing audience on Rogers Television this evening. We are going to begin with the singing of O Canada, and you're looking at the choir that we have. We are collectively the choir for this evening. At the end of O Canada, we will have a moment of silence in light of recent events for all the acts of terrorism in various jurisdictions that have happened over the past weeks and months. And so we will remain standing for a minute at the end of O Canada for a minute of silence. So I can ask everyone to please stand as you are able. Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councillor Fernandez that the minutes of the regular meeting held October 26th and special meetings held October 26th and November 2nd as mailed to the Mayor and Councillors be accepted. All in favour? That's carried. Are there any pecuniary conflicts of interest? Councillor Singh.
Just in tenders for item number 2, I own real estate along the stretch where the consultation work will take place. So based on that, I recuse myself on that vote.
Sorry, on the tenders, item number
2.
2? Oh, the 4th Ave, okay.
Yes.
We'll make note of that. Any others? Not? Okay, thank you. We'll now move unless otherwise directed, I shall refer the communications as listed on the agenda. And you'll notice there's one communication in terms of the flag. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now move into presentations, and we have a number of presentations this evening. We'll first invite Keely Dedman forward, the President of the Canadian Public Works Association. Welcome, Keely.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening to you and to members of Council. I'm so pleased to be here this evening on behalf of the Canadian Public Works Association. Just for information, my day job is actually with the City of Guelph as well, so I'm a neighbour to the City of Kitchener and very pleased to be here. The city has been selected for the Canadian Public Works Association 2015 National Public Works Week Award. This is a very prestigious award, and because of that, it warrants this type of presentation. Each year in May, the National Public Works Week recognizes the tens of thousands of men and women in North America who provide and maintain infrastructure and services collectively known as public works. Municipalities throughout the U.S. and Canada celebrate National Public Works Week with open houses, project and facility tours, education, school visits, and by promoting public works as a career choice. Municipalities also use Public Works Week to recognize their staff, the men and women who play such an important role in the community's vitality. National Public Works Week is one of the best ways to increase public awareness about the importance of public works and their provision of services in our communities, and CPWA's award program is held in recognition of those efforts. This year, the City of Kitchener competed with the 2015 National Public Works Week Celebration National Award with other Canadian municipalities that entered the contest in the Medium Centres category. The Medium Centres category recognizes outstanding submissions from municipalities with populations from 75,000 up to 250,000 throughout Canada who've submitted their awards for consideration. The Medium Centres category is probably the most competitive, with many municipalities across Canada vying for this award. Kitchener's National Public Works Week awareness program included outreach to school groups and educated children as to how important these services are to our community. Kitchener did an exceptional job of involving over 325 school children in hands-on demonstrations of what we do in the public works profession. The children also learned the whys behind road safety issues and speed limits and discovered firsthand the ins and outs of traffic roundabouts by using them on scooters. They were also given the opportunity for close-up viewing and climbing on the equipment used in public works. As in the past, the city's program also included a golf tournament which hosted 140 golfers from city staff and private industry. The proceeds from this golf tournament and charity barbecue, which were held later in the week, were donated to the Children's Wish Foundation. Remarkably, in the 15 years since Kitchener has been donating to this charity through their National Public Works Week events, a total of $136,000 has been donated to this foundation. The Public Works awareness events were also enhanced by the involvement of the Mayor and Council in events, including the City Council participation in the golf tournament. All the children were welcomed to the educational events by the Mayor and were thrilled that he provided autographs for the Public Works t-shirts that were distributed to the children. CPWA is honored to recognize the City of Kitchener's efforts for National Public Works Week. Public works services, personnel, and our infrastructure assets are an essential part of our communities that don't always enjoy this high level of promotion and public awareness. The events here in Kitchener and the high caliber that they were provided at within the community goes a long way to providing that awareness. So with this in mind, I'd like to invite the Mayor to come down and receive this award on behalf of the City of Kitchener and all of the staff and volunteers who participated and made this such a terrific event. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very well deserved.
Super. Thank you. Thank you, Maria.
Congratulations.
Maybe just on behalf of the city, thank you so much for recognizing our staff team. We have a fantastic team in Public Works, and I know they've, over the past many years, gone to great efforts to improve our advocacy as well as community engagement. And you're right, between the golf tournament and the event for the youth and so on, it goes over really well and keeps people like with the Sharpie Marker Company in business. So thank you very much.
Congratulations.
I also, at this point, want to thank all of the staff who have been part of this, and maybe invite you to stand up and be acknowledged as well. Thank you. We'll now move on to item B in the agenda and invite Barry Claver, Managing Partner of Leaders Beyond Inc., and Catherine Bulko, President of MISA Canada, to present some awards that the city won in the first Canadian Eye Performance Awards. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. My name is Barry Claver, and Catherine Bulko beside me, who's been introduced. The Community Eye Performance Awards was created this year to recognize excellence in helping enabling cities and communities of all sizes in terms of their ability to provide a better quality of life through technology, working towards, as often called, an intelligent or smart community. This award was put together in conjunction with my organization, and as well as with the Municipal Information Systems Association. Catherine Bulko is president of that. So in our first year of doing this, we received, under 5 different categories, 20 different submissions, 3 of which came from your very prolific city, who put in 3 excellent proposal submissions for winning awards, of which you received 2 awards of the 20. This was a national program, and we had cities both in Ontario and across the country who participated, and we're delighted to be able to make this presentation to you. The awards are, again, this will be an annual event, and we're very pleased in terms of your winning in 2 different categories. So with that in mind, I'll ask Catherine to describe what the awards are for, and then we can ask the recipients of the awards to step forward to receive the actual acknowledgement.
Thank you, Barry. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and members of public. I'm honored to be here today as the MISA Canada president. MISA, Municipal Information Systems Association, is a group of IT professionals in municipalities all across Canada, and Kitchener, thank you very much, is a member of the MISA Ontario chapter. So, as a 25-year municipal employee, I know what goes into keeping the technology running, keeping the lights on, supporting all of you, both in the public and yourself as a councillor and employees. So what you've achieved, what you're being recognized for today and tonight is no small achievement. It's a lot of hard work that goes into keeping the lights on and developing some of these innovative solutions that you're being recognized for. I also know that it wouldn't be possible without the support of a very strong council and mayor. So you owe yourself some applause as well. Now, I just want to read you a bit about both of the awards. The first one is the winner in the collaboration between social and business groups category. The project was a digital submission process for engineering and infrastructure drawings. Let me just read you a little bit about your entrance. The City of Kitchener, the largest municipality in Waterloo Region, has designed and implemented a number of innovative systems, including the digital submission process for engineering and infrastructure drawings, which grew out of a desire to use AutoCAD source drawings from consultants to improve accuracy of information about new city assets. This has had a number of benefits, including dramatically reducing the turnaround time for GIS staff to capture and input data, and ensuring that the data provided and loaded is accurate, valid, and complete. The system developed is fully replicable to any municipality using AutoCAD, Map 3D, and ArcMap. I just want to stop right here and say, this is, in the spirit of MISA, this is an excellent example of how a solution like this can be shared and, scalable to suit any municipality across Canada. So this is very well done. Before we present the award, let me just talk to you about the finalist, which is the Civic Efficiency and Operational Improvements category. The project was a digital submission process for engineering and infrastructure drawings. It's a collaboration between social and business groups. So Kitchener developed Easy Consent, which is a collaborative, cloud-based tool that enables all stakeholders in municipal infrastructure projects to easily access digital applications and to coordinate work where possible. The work designed to increase collaboration and transparency between the municipality and the applicants will lower the cost of handling the application process for municipalities, create a paperless process, and improve the overall user experience of the process. The new system replaces a process with very few controls, bringing accountability and traceability to the system. As applicants are reviewed and updated, communication is recorded and payments are made in the Easy Consent system. So let me now invite Dan Murray and Mike Bolger up to receive the award for the collaboration between social and business groups category.
Yes.
Congratulations and job very well done.
Congratulations.
It was a certificate, sorry. Okay. And now let me invite Diane Adams and David Van Riel up. So that's the certificate for, no, that was for me. I'm taking pictures now. Is more coming down?
Congratulations.
Are we doing?
Where do you want it?
I like the eye.
Stands for I for a minute.
So who's in this one? Don't you need to be in the picture? Tim.
Whoever's not in the picture.
Okay. Shouldn't you guys be in the picture too?
Now you go inside. We'll do it like this. That's a zoom. This.
It's not in focus? Okay. You good? Okay, cool. Awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Yeah, pass it around. So just from a city perspective, again, I want to thank the two organizations for acknowledging the city and our IT department for the great work that we know they've been doing for many years. And it's great to be acknowledged, particularly with this new award. And I want to thank the staff in IT who have been part of this and making it all happen. This is one that, as you know, is near and dear to my heart, considering my roots in the organization. So with that, thank you very much. Okay, we'll now move into delegations. We want to remind delegations that you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And our first delegation this evening is Sanjay Govindaraj, Public Health Planner with the Region of Waterloo, to talk about the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care funding to address childhood obesity through the Healthy Kids Community Challenge. Welcome, Sanjay.
Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. I'm here for a very exciting project that I'll be just sharing with you called the Healthy Kids Community Challenge. And so most of you know the dire consequence of childhood obesity, so I don't want to spend too much time on some of the statistics. But overconsumption of high-calorie food is one of the primary causes of increasing unhealthy weights. And if you look at some of the more obvious data, less than 7% of children and youth actually engage in the 60 minutes of physical activity at least 6 days per week. And there's huge opportunities here too. There's very few children even walking to school, which could be one of those actions where we could actually increase physical activity. What's the huge push? The province spent a lot of time and released a very interesting report called the No Time to Wait. It was put together by a bunch of experts. It who spent a large number of time looking at various statistics. And this report really kick-started the action towards the Healthy Kids Community Challenge. Some of the smaller recommendations which are already being implemented is looking at providing healthy snacks in schools, looking at having some kind of a calorie diet in restaurant menus, looking at breastfeeding, and the last one was the whole Healthy Kids Community Challenge, which I'm going to talk in more detail. So in March, the region of Waterloo submitted a proposal on behalf of all the cities and townships. So it was a joint proposal that went. And we were very lucky. We were one among the 45 communities across the province to be selected for this funding. The province funded the region in total $1.125 million over the next 3 years to implement this project. And the first year funding is $375,000 between April and March 31st. And the ministry is kind of having some themes that they will rotate. The first theme, which is going for the next 9 months, is run, jump, play every day. So it's more to encourage physical activity through activities and play, active transportation, sports, and structured programming. So and the next theme would roll through maybe healthy eating and some of those aspects. So what do we, and just looking at some of the statistics for Waterloo region, if you look at the number of children this program will target, it's almost 18% of the population. And if you look at some of the priority population of low-income children, you're looking at close to 12.6% in this region who will be targeted. So what do we plan to achieve? Overall, the goal is to reduce childhood obesity among 0 to 12 as a target group, improve health behaviors among children related to healthy eating and physical activity, and try to increase collaboration between a number of sectors, private, not-for-profit, and business, and also looking at looking at some more of the research and supporting some of those interventions much more based on evidence. So what we have completed till date, the local project managers hired, that's myself. We have a steering committee in place with staff from each of the cities and townships. And we also have a representative from both the school boards. Terms of reference has been approved. And we're right now in the process of compiling a community needs assessment, looking at various statistics and various assets and gaps in the region and the various cities. We're also implementing a community engagement plan. We're trying to do all kinds of communication strategy using social media and looking at how do we reach children and young families. And we're also working on priorities. So there's a lot to be accomplished. So the next few months we'll be spending on the whole priority identification, which is trying to engage a lot of community partners in looking at what should we do and how do we spend this money. We will be submitting an action plan to the ministry by December 9th. The funds will be dispersed immediately after that, and we will be launching Healthy Kids in this region. So that's the list of the current members on the steering committee. So if there are more details, you could either contact them or you could contact me for more information on the Healthy Kids Challenge.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We have a number of members of council who have questions for you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Verbanovic, and thank you, Sanjay, for your presentation. It's rather an important issue, I think, dealing with obesity with young children and all that. On a level that we deal here at the City of Kitchener, and I think throughout the region, is dealing with children and then walking to school. And I'm wondering if you're going to incorporate some form of education with regards to that, because some of the challenges we face here at the municipality is parking in neighboring neighborhoods. So any extra additional help or funding or anything like that would be greatly appreciated on our behalf to help alleviate some of those concerns. So I'm just wondering if there's any train of thought towards having kids walk to school and how parents are going to be communicated to for something like that.
Last week I met with there's a group comprised of all municipal partners in the school boards, which are really looking at active transportation kind of issues. I have actually shared this same presentation with them to kind of see how some of the funding could be used. there would be a lot of coordination happening with both the school boards to also see how we could add to some of the efforts that they're doing. There's been a few small pilot projects like painted sidewalks to make it more exciting for kids to kind of use math and different kind of active play to kind of walk to school buses, walking school buses. There's a few initiatives which we could build on. So that is being looked at as a possible action.
Okay, so in other words, I saw on one of your slides that there's some funding that you'll be providing. You're going to communicate with the community on how you're going to deal with spreading those funds and what you're going to be using it for. Mm-hmm. Is there any way that you'll be able to communicate with our city staff on some particular issues with this issue?
We have Denise, who's kind of pulled together a number of staff within the city of Kitchener for a couple of meetings, and we will be using those planning opportunities to kind of link it up to how we could support it. And the steering committee would be approving some of those actions that will be recommended.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Sanjay, I was going to touch on some of the same things as my colleague, Councillor Ioannidis. I think it's great that you are connecting with the local municipalities and seeing how the partnership could be developed. So funding has been already in place since March of 2015 or early part of 2015, correct?
Yeah.
So has some of that already been invested in some initiatives, or much of that's going to take place now?
Much of the spending will take place between now and by March 31st. So we received the funding only in October, so there was a bit of delay from the province to fund the region. So we are at a stage where we're trying to prioritize what would be those actions. So yeah, there's going to be quite a bit of a rush between now and March 31st to identify some of those actions and get them started.
Good. And because how important this cause really is, the importance of it will be also to get the word out there.
Yeah.
So this is one way, but again, the more information that we receive, we have an avenue of sending and spreading that word out through our various different mediums as well.
Yeah.
So I look forward to getting more information and
Sure.
being apprised on the updates as well.
Yeah, we are having some community forums happening in all the cities and townships in the next couple of weeks.
Perfect.
But we will be having more opportunities to kind of engage a number of neighborhood groups and associations.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay, for coming in and for bringing two young advisors to your project. Now, on that note, I just wanted to ask, do you have also a plan to involve children in the action planning to sort of make sure that it's going to, be well received by the audience?
We have a couple of school board representatives on the steering committee, and one of them will be trying to engage some of the children in those processes. But it's a very tight time frame, at least for the first initial phase of the program. But we are looking at opportunities where we can have some youth groups to kind of provide us input in the direction of this work.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. And I mean, we have our own weekly meetings of the Kitchener Youth Action Council. That those are not the target audience that you're going for, but they are more. They've been more recently that age than most of us. So yeah. Okay, so they would probably be very good advisors anyway. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you for coming in. This is a great program. I'm wondering if there's any way that we, as councillors, might be able to get involved and help spread the word at the schools in our wards, because I'd be very interested in that.
There's definitely going to be a lot more engagement of, from council, from community groups. Once we have those priorities identified, we will have some launch, a formal launch. And I think once we know that, it'll be much more easier to start communicating it out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Gazzola.
Did your previous slides give an indication of the obesity problem? Does it tell us what percentage of young people are suffering from this? Yeah. Is it 18% of our children from 0 to 14? Is this the region of Waterloo?
It is the region of Waterloo.
So you've been given a grant of $1.2 million. What is your goal from using this grant? What goal do we have? Are we going to remove the problem altogether, or?
I wish we could, completely reduce childhood obesity, but the province is trying to set some targets for various communities as a challenge. They haven't really given us a clear target as to how much percentage, because it's a very difficult statistics to even arrive at as to what are the rates. The province is doing a province-wide survey where they're doing some BMI measurements to kind of actually look at, are they making a difference over 3 years? 3 years also is a short time frame to kind of really measure change. They are trying to use a number of methods, both intensive based on a few communities, but also doing larger, wider. We're looking at just awareness and looking at some of those tools. Evaluation is a big component in this project, but at a local level, it will be difficult to see how much we make a change on that obesity rates.
How will we know that this has been a success and we've gotten our $1 million worth?
There will be a few things that we will be doing locally to kind of report back after 3 years, but we will be measuring knowledge, we will be measuring uptake on physical activity, programming across the province. We will be also looking at, are we really making a difference in the skills and knowledge among parents and the general community on the whole issue of obesity and children itself. So they will be both at a knowledge level, but it might be very difficult to actually give an exact measurement of change.
So I was looking forward to a 8% rate after 2 or 3 years.
We'll definitely aim for something.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I forgot to ask this, so if it hasn't been already done, so if you could send us an electronic copy of the presentation, especially because it has the key stakeholders information on there as well. So that'd be helpful. Yeah. And the key information, we can spread that out to our means as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Sanjay. If you could go back to the screen that showed the graph with the obesity. Yes, that's right. It's interesting you're talking about 18% of the children in the Waterloo region, but 12% of those come from lower income households. Is that going to be your target area, or is it going to be a broad component in terms of getting the word out and doing the research and the studies?
The program would be a universal program, but we would try and target it towards communities or towards groups that would be at a higher risk of childhood obesity. Mm-hmm. And so we might be looking at new immigrant populations, refugees, we might be looking at low-income neighborhoods. So we have a number of high risk that came in the community assessment data. If you're interested, we can share some of that data with you in more detail.
I would be very interested in seeing that. If you can make that available, that would be great. Sure. My understanding is, though, that provincially there's a mandate to have children active at school, but many of the programs at the school level, the physical fitness, and especially in high school, the phys ed is now more of an optional program. Although that's not the age group that you're targeting, because you're probably trying to ingrain good behaviors in early stages, right? Is there a way that you will be able to get the message out that having phys ed as a component in the school system on a daily basis, as opposed to an optional, or if they take it in the first semester, they don't have to take it again until the third semester? Is that something you'll be looking at too?
At an advocacy level, we will be looking at, among the 45 communities across, what kinds of partnerships we could do with the Ministry of Education to kind of further look at the basic PDA, like some of those measurements that they already have in place. Yeah. How do we enhance that? How do we support that through curriculum or other methods? So those would be some more at a higher provincial level, but at a local level, we will definitely try and advocate for increasing some of those programs that are already in place.
You do have a big challenge ahead of you.
It's a huge one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming in, and thank you to our junior advisors for joining you as well this evening. You don't actually need to forward the presentation because our clerk already has it and they can forward it to council.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on then to item B in delegations. Roger Farwell, the Executive Director of Creative Enterprise Institute, with respect to an item under unfinished business, item 8A.
Perfect. Well, good evening, Mayor Verbanovic and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to have us here tonight to speak to you about the Creative Enterprise initiatives and our 2015 projects. For those of you that were in attendance on Friday afternoon last at the all-council meeting at regional headquarters, our presentation there covered CEI's background to date, our organizational review process, and the two focused priorities that we're proposing based on the findings of the overlap report and the research that was done as a result of that. By now, you'll have received an email copy of the overlap report itself, as well as a two-page executive summary. As we suggested at the all-council meeting, now it's up to you and to us to all consider and contemplate just what that community research has told us and what, if anything, we intend to do about it. To this end, our discussions will continue in the coming weeks, and then we'll be, I'm sure, communicating again around the topic of undertaking those priorities or not. When we embarked on the organizational review in 2014, the Creative Enterprise Initiative Board committed to making sure that we continue to support our arts and culture community and developed a 2015 project plan, which we've been implementing. And a budget for that was presented to our municipal investors, you included, for consideration. Last February, during your deliberations, this council moved to reduce our operating grant allocation by $26,805, quoting, to be held in abeyance pending a decision regarding the distribution of the funds. So we know that you have questions around how CEI supports small to mid-sized arts and organizations and emerging artists. And we also know that you have questions around our operations budget. So first, we'd like to take this opportunity to share with you the projects that we've been undertaking to support small and mid-sized organizations and emerging artists, with the hope that you will consider releasing these suspended funds to us to allow us to continue that work through to December 31st and finish our 2015 work plan, which are commitments that we collectively made to our community. In the interest of time tonight, I am going to briefly highlight the projects of specific relevance to the City of Kitchener, as opposed to the entire CEI agenda, and briefly describe the activity and participants who were supported by it. In 2014 and through 2015, in partnership with the City of Kitchener, we embarked on a $150,000 Music Accelerator program for developing artists in Waterloo Region. CEI contributed $75,000, and the province of Ontario matched that amount. So the entire program of $150,000 was undertaken and leveraged by CEI. Staff from the City of Kitchener worked closely alongside staff from CEI to introduce a series of projects targeted to emerging musicians, and they included, as you'll see on your screen, Industry Insights into the Music Business, and that was a 5-part workshop series held this past winter to help build businesses' capacity among creative entrepreneurs for the benefit of individuals, organizations, and the music sector. Coordinated by Corey Crossman of Koi Festival and CJ Allen of Circus Music, that series featured 26 mentors who spoke to approximately 140 participants about the various aspects of the music industry. Next, Making It in Music. This is an online membership cafe project piloted by Bob Egan of Blue Rodeo, who I think you know very well, and supported by Duncan Finnegan of 12 Angry Filmmakers. And it was developed to deliver ongoing and ever-changing mentor interviews with a series of music industry professionals who share their experiences, insights, and advice. The website also offers links to valuable resources. And while the website has been built and is ready for launch, it is on hold due to the holdback in our operating funds. Live at the Jazz Room. That was a pilot project headed by Stephen Priest and Tom Nagy of the Jazz Room, and it was developed to assist emerging musicians build their careers, taking them from live performance to recording. It also provides service and detailed guidance to arts organizations and venues on how to develop and launch a record label for their own live recordings. We were just in contact with the registry today, in fact. I should also point out that as part of this program, CEI produced the 2014 KOI Conference, in collaboration with the City of Kitchener again, and also contributed to the City of Kitchener's Music and Media Hub feasibility study. As in previous years, CEI provided professional grant writer assistance, a very effective tool, as we talked about last Friday, and really a pilot for us stemming from the research that was undertaken by the task forces of the Prosperity Council, which indicated that our region, our cities, our municipalities did not nearly receive the amount of provincial and federal funding that they could if, in fact, grant writing was elevated in caliber. And so we provided that grant writing assistance on several opportunities across the region, but in particular for you, KOI Festival, Lost and Found Theatre, and The Shot, which all take place here in Kitchener. We began 2015, whoops, did we lose a slide?
Roger, if I can, because we're into overtime already, if you can, do you still have a lot? Do you still have a lot to go over?
No, I'm almost there. Am
okay,
I over?
if you can start trying to wrap up, please.
Okay, well then I'll just summarize this. We began working on the knowledge that we gained around grandsocial.ca and hired Boltmade, a web and mobile design firm, earlier in the year. We've spent 8 weeks there looking at a design program to go forward. We have now relayed all of that to a team of IT professionals to migrate it to a more effective platform. Our partners in that are Resonant Studios, and Andrew Phoenix is here tonight to answer any technical questions. So we also hosted administrative staff from Numis, Open Ears, and InterArts Matrix in our office to cut down operating and administrative expenses for them. And I can come back to the other ones in the Q&A period, but safe to say that we've worked collaboratively on multi-year projects with people like Cultroon, who now are presented their festival in downtown Kitchener last year, and the Root Festival, who, in the interest of Janice Lee, who's your artist in residence, and Richard Garvey. And I have details here on our operating budget. I'll save that in case you can ask me specifics since I'm out of time. So your consideration for the directing of those funds that were withheld would greatly allow us to responsibly complete our 2015 program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you for coming in. We do have some questions. Councillor Singh.
Actually, I was hoping that I'd be first. I want to see if we could allow Roger to, do you still have a bit of your presentation left, or especially for your, just the accounting aspect of it, your current fiscal standing and obligations and requirements. You said you have that information.
Yes.
Was that part of your presentation, or?
Well, it is part of my presentation, the operating. If you want me to run through it quickly, I certainly can.
Would you allow that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please, I think it would be helpful for all of us to hear. I'll hold off on my questions, but I'd like to see.
Taking that. Sorry, is that part of your presentation, or do you want to respond as a question?
Well, it's part of the. I was going to finish with it. It's a simple listing of how our budget was deployed.
Okay,
that's what I heard.
So I'm
that's why I
happy
thought
to
it
do
would be
that.
helpful.
Okay, yep.
As
go
a
ahead.
response. Okay. Well, salaries for 2015 are projected at $276,000 by year end. And the admin positions include an interim CEO, which is me as a volunteer, the Director of Operations and Strategic Initiatives, which is Debbie Curry here, which is a full-time position. Our Content and Community Manager for Grand Social was full-time, part-time, and now suspended. That was Marie Blanc Flanagan, who actually, with her partner, left for a development position in Berlin, Germany, just by way of interest. It also included our Content and Community Manager for Grand Social, which was I'm sorry, I mentioned that. The Marketing and Social Media Coordinator position for Grand Social, which is part-time. A Program Manager, which was part-time, 2 days. We enlisted 2 summer students and 1 intern 1 day a week, a bookkeeper part-time. So that represents the $276,000. We retained consultants in grant writing, technical, and strategic review, the overlap report, for a total of $97,000. We had other related investment into the sector, that's directly into the sector, of $126,000. That would include the $39,400 that the City of Kitchener would have sent to CEI to work on projects directly in the cluster. We have administrative expenses of about $60,000, but that includes our chamber memberships for artists and arts organizations, which we provide free to them. And that's about the sum total of it.
Okay, Councillor Singh, you still have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully now there's the opportunity for me to ask the questions. So are there any monies in reserve? Or most of the funds are depleted at this point?
Say that again, please.
Are there any monies in reserve that
No.
the organization has?
No, we are. There are no monies in reserve that are within the accounts of CEI. We are responsibly working towards December 31st, which is the period to which we were funded. We have one private sector participant who one of the priorities, if you weren't there on Friday, was to continue to build the engagement platform grandsocial.ca in whatever form it becomes or is branded as. And Christie Digital have offered to continue to provide some investment to maintain those operations until such time as we collectively decide what we're doing.
Okay, thank you.
I would also tell you that we are also in conversations with a private sector host to house that team and provide all of the overhead and administrative costs and technology that they might require while we're in this interim period.
Perfect. And let me just quickly take a moment to thank you for the countless hours personal countless hours that you put into supporting this organization and supporting the arts and culture cluster in this region. And enough can't be said for your personal sacrifices that you have put into place already. Our opinions of successes of CEI may differ, and those are the questions I want to really focus on a little bit, more clarification more than anything. You've mentioned that some of the successes have been the grant writing skills have been underscored and wanting to leverage on that. Over the last number of years of operation, can you give some statistics on that based on what we were able to get in the past and how much are those organizations or arts communities able to leverage on the government funding that's available? And how much has that increased?
So Debbie can help me here. I think what we presented here, I'm going to let you speak. I think we leveraged $357,000 of provincial and federal funding.
More than was being in the past?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
So that's over a 3-year period that Creative Enterprise itself had applied for grants through the province and the federal government, as well as foundations. It doesn't account for the money that our grant writer would have directly assisted Koi Festival, Lost and Found Theatre, and other groups. We don't actually take responsibility for the amounts of money that they raise.
We wouldn't have the stats on that?
I don't have the stats on that. Okay. It's something we can easily get by working directly with those groups who utilize the grant writer, for sure.
Okay.
So in a lot of cases, we would actually align interests in the grant writer. That is a very sort of tasty thing in the grantors' eyes these days, and CEI often provided an umbrella for that opportunity.
And Roger, through your presentation, you said there have been some various commitments that CEI has already committed to the community leading up to the end of the year. Can you focus on some of them that are still outstanding? That are reliant on the monies that are being held in abeyance?
Again, I'll let Deb just finish that for you.
I think the big one is Grand Social and ensuring that that continues through to the end of the year. There are a lot of people that are using that right now, so we've had to kind of put that on hold a little bit and lay our staff off just because of the situation. But also one of the really important ones is the Making It a Music mentorship website that we worked with Bob Egan on to develop, and we've actually got the site ready, but we just don't have the staff to launch it so that it's not actually live. We've created it, there's lots of resources on there, but just to have somebody there to also then to send out the notices of the different videos and the themes that are on there is something that we'd absolutely love to start to do straight away. Those are two major.
Yeah, because Grand Social and the dialogue that we started to create depends on us populating it and continuing the interaction. It's also why we have Andrew here, which I think you might find of interest if you're wondering where we're going with that site, because we've had a lot of feedback. You'll see it in the overlap report. We've had it from ACAC, and we've heard this loud and clear. So we're taking very careful steps on that migration. And again, Andrew's here if you'd like to just be informed. But that's another key project that we've got to get going, because the user experience is not where it needs to be and won't be for a while. But unless we continue the work, which is part of this budget, we start to, marginalize that asset, which we all own.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Roger and Debbie. Unfortunately, I missed part of your presentation the other day because I had a family issue I had to deal with immediately. You have worked so hard from the very beginning when I first became a councillor to try and get us to understand what you're doing and what the rationale. And I guess you just talked about the funding that was suspended that will allow you to complete your commitments. And I think you were responding to some of that from Councillor Singh. And I think Debbie was answering in terms of your staffing that you've had to lay off some people. Is there other commitments? I mean, you were talking about Grand Social. Were there some other commitments that you didn't mention to Councillor Singh, or did I not hear them?
No, I think that those are the two right now. We've managed to complete most of the other projects, Live at the Jazz Room. We've done the workshops around COI. We've grant writer, so that would be another one. We're at the end of our grant writing contract. So if anybody came to us, if any organizations wanted to apply for any grants for 2016, we wouldn't have, obviously, funds to be able to provide those services for them. Right. Top of my head, I think that those are probably the most important ones right now that were ongoing that we've had to suspend at this point.
Right, and grant writing is so critical for those small organizations to be able to leverage some of the money they may have so that they can carry on with their work, right?
So for example, the Ontario Arts Council deadlines are in the spring, so there's a lot of organizations now that are looking for the advice to how to further their applications with the Ontario Arts Council that we were unable to provide that expertise at this time.
So then they're on their own.
They're on their own. Mm-hmm. And we try to help. We try, obviously, but we don't have the expertise available that would help them.
So, and Debbie's quite right. We would normally be starting work now, as you are. You're in budgets now to look at next year. The same things happen. We'd be aligning grant writers and so on, which, again, I think last Friday at All Council, I suggested of those things that, regardless of what you think you might have gone on, the whole area and realm of grant writing, there should be some permanent grant writing assistance in this municipality and in the region. Because writing grants is a horrible and painful experience. And for if you're an artist or an arts organization and that's not what you're best at, you're not going to succeed. I can tell you we've learned this categorically. I mean, it's 3 years of also learning, right? And so there's all of that to get going with. The other thing is that, well, Deb's being kind, she's finished a lot of work on the Music Accelerator project, but also we also completed the work around the Content Creation Cluster, and the Ontario Media Development Corporation is just about to sign off on that. And some of that work will be launched later this month at a conference. Who's returning? I forget. I can't. Ion Region is coming. It's later in February when there will be some angst around that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
November,
for your,
later
thank you for your responses. So my last question to you is if the remaining 26,805 was to be forwarded to you, you could move quickly in moving ahead on projects that you are sort of holding in abeyance.
That is correct, yeah. And our board has vowed to try and meet its commitments. I mean, some of these things we discussed publicly, and they relate to everyone's integrity in the matter. The board has urged us to continue to complete the work and meet the commitments, and that's why we're back here tonight to discuss a motion that you had, which you have full prerogative to do, and we wanted to be able to give you, in hindsight, a little more information about why it's a good idea to finish that commitment.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, when it's appropriate, I would like to make a motion.
Okay. Councillor Marsh.
Councillor Fernandez beat me to the punch. Roger and Debbie, thank you very much for all of your dedication and your hard work, and Roger for volunteering to be in your role. This is way above and beyond, so thank you.
No problem.
I do appreciate that you're in a very tough transition period right now, and so just to clarify, as you mentioned, we are not deciding at this point today what the City of Kitchener thinks CEI should be doing in its next iteration. We're just looking at those funds that we were holding until we saw what your plans were, right?
That is right, Councillor.
Okay. So then what is the next step for us to go forward with looking at next steps for CEI?
So it's twofold. Let me just explain how important and iterative this agenda is. CEI, and the Prosperity Council promoted conversation amongst the bunch of us about some pretty critical elements several years ago. And so it took us down a path that was focused on arts and culture, and especially the chronic underfunding that was happening and the instability of the institutions that we have, the 5 that are now part of the Bertzel report that you have all received, reviewed, and adopted recommendations are. You know what? Fantastic. I mean, you chose to direct that funding in a certain way, which was a bit outside the theory that we began with, but you've come to a resolution around that and those organizations. And what that says is, in part, is by virtue of the funding that they received, they also, by Angela's words, indicate that they've been able to leverage more private sector funding than their peers as well. Well, that's part of that challenge that's out there to the private sector and to the province and the feds. So the conversation moves on. I think that we know that part of it is done, except that I stated, I think, very candidly last Friday that the one part that's undone in that arts and culture cluster is that the small to mid-size and emerging orgs are chronically underfunded. There is not enough money to do the job properly there and to animate this place to the fullest. CEI, recognizing that's still a passion of ours, has a responsibility and had always a broader agenda, which was regional in context, and so those are why the 2 recommendations that are in front of us now, which was encouraged to be much smaller sort of mandate than what we were trying to operate under previously, which was being all things to all people and without nearly enough resources to pull that off. GrandSocial.ca and the community engagement platform, and the moving forward of regional scale projects that may be, the likes that any one municipality might not do on their own, a digital media strategy and so on across the entire region are the 2 areas that are in front of you. So on a go-forward basis, we'll work with staff. You'll likely see reports come forward. We have a board meeting this Thursday. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but the likelihood is that staff will be reporting to council in each of the municipalities and the region with some sort of a recommended go-forward position.
And that will likely be not till the new year, I take it at this point.
I think it's got to move pretty quickly. I
Even
think we're fully
that.
respective
Okay.
of the budget cycle, and we had to kind of follow the Bertzel report with our recommendations. So.
Right, I understand that timeline. So, but what I think I heard in your presentation is a third recommendation that you're saying that we also need to see grant writing expertise, continue on. But are you saying that CEI should not necessarily be the provider of those services?
We will wait for some direction. I think we know that's seriously one of the learnings that we had that has paid dividends, right?
So
we're recommending at large
right.
that happen, however we get there.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vrbanovic. You were mentioning that the consultants who helped with the grant writing cost $97,000. Do you know, I heard a figure of $357,000. Is that what they helped bring in, or was there more than that?
No, a correction there. The grant writing, the total that we invested in consultants this year is $97,000. Okay. The grant writing component is $27,000 of that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
To leverage.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Vrbanovic, and thank you to Roger and Debbie and for all the great things. And I don't need to reiterate all the great things in your hard work. One of the questions that I wanted to touch upon in particular deals with the grant writing. And I think I like what I'm hearing about grant writing because I know myself, I understand the process of what it is with grant writing. But what would this region lose if your organization's CIA was to not exist with regards to grant writing? Because from my understanding, there's a form of history that needs to be developed. So I wonder if you could just elaborate further on how important that is to have that within this community.
Okay, I'm going to let Debbie start again because she's worked closely, and then I'll wrap up when she's done.
So one of the things that I've realized over the last year and a half that I've been at CEI is the grant writing process really helps arts organizations understand their why and to be able to articulate a really good, compelling case. And that's not something that artists and arts organizations necessarily come to naturally. So by working with a grant writer, they not only get to really articulate their projects, their budgets. Like the grant writer sits down and says, let's really look at what you need, not just what you think you need for this project. So even for the few that we've worked with, have really kind of had their aha moments where they've said, now I understand, and now I can put realistic budgets together that aren't just pie in the sky. I need $250,000 to do a film. So it's like, really helping them to understand project plans, project budgets, and being able to articulate their reason for being. So that's a really big thing, and I think from my experience, if I could wave my wand and give every single arts organization, even an artist, a grant writer, just for that experience alone, we'd be in a much better place to really understand our stories. And that actually then generates up to Grand Social when they upload their information. Sometimes it's just very basic information. Kafka has an installation opening. What does that mean? If you can't articulate it, then how are you going to drive people to get there and increase your audiences? So that grant writer not only helps to potentially bring in money. It's not always a project that is a slam dunk, but also really helps the organizations to articulate their vision and their mission and their why. So I think that's one thing that's really important.
And here's a couple of other things that happen as a result of it. One is we've found it helps some organizations align their interests. So there's redundancy out there, I'm going to suggest to you, and if you can align that effort, you tend to do better, and you look a lot better in front of your grant writer, to do that, so that happens across the region, whatever. Secondly, what I certainly know now is that those grant writers live in a world that we don't, and they know where money is that we don't. They understand how that whole world works, and they can find opportunities that we'd never find, and certainly an arts organization on their own would never find. And thirdly, it's along the lines of an accelerator. So with the case of Corey Crossman or whatever, he would have been graduated this year. We're not proposing that you do this forever. There's a training aspect to here that's quite complex. And once they're trained and taught, they can either do it themselves or by that time, hopefully have enough funds to retain as well as part of their operating budget. So it's a good process.
And also with regard to the alignment, there are so many opportunities locally for grant writing. So it makes it so much easier for artists and arts organizations to complete a municipal Tier 2 cash grants application, community foundation, working through a not-for-profit to access some funding out of the community foundation, as well as provincial and federal funds.
Okay. And one of the things I was hoping you would touch upon, and you didn't really touch upon it, was, again, with the grant writing. Like, when a small arts organization goes to write a grant, how much does experience take into factor from that organization in obtaining that grant? So if an organization who writes grants has the experience, how important is that?
So we would have thought very important. I don't know if you remember the days, but in the early part of our current CEI agenda, we did a lot of workshops. And they met with some good and some bad opinions about whether they were necessary. I think sharing those experiences is extremely important, and would be part of what I think, if you do formalize that grant writing process, wants to be the opportunity that you provide to the much bigger part of the cluster. I think there should be occasions and events arranged along that line, for sure.
Okay. And my last question is dealing with I guess, what would happen to the CEI Corporation today if you guys were to disband? Who owns CEI? Does the municipalities own CEI, or is it still somewhere else privately?
So I'll answer your question as best I can, because CEI is an asset. We've now got 3 years under our belt, so we're able to do some things on behalf of organizations slipping under that umbrella that they can't do on their own because they don't have 3 years. In terms of applications, et cetera. So you don't want to strand that asset. Thankfully, we have CreateScape, which is the charitable organization, has its own board, and runs parallel to us to be able to receipt our investors, right? It makes all sense. And so in the near term, I mean, the board is still operational, and so it's not defunct. But if it migrates, then those assets, I think there bears a discussion about whether CreateScape holds them. We wouldn't want to hold them for all time, but we might just consolidate them in a different way. Even if it did migrate somewhere, and I don't want to speculate where that might be, CEI that is, we may still hold it at arm's length. So it's a conversation we have to have legally. We've talked to our solicitor already, around that, just in preparation because we are unsure what might happen, although we're hopeful. But be assured it's just not going to be thrown away. I think that would be a mistake.
Okay, thank you for answering all my questions.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, welcome, Roger, and both of you. Thank you very much for coming. I attend a good cross-section of arts events in the community, and I'm rarely at a community arts event where you're not there. So I really compliment you on that, as with other members of council. That's the nice part. Now, the questions. How much did the overlap review cost?
The overlap review was $54,000.
And my second question, like in all due respect, Mr. Fowell, do you not think that your report, this report, the overlap report, that, and I'm quoting the report, making Waterloo Region one of the most compelling places on the planet, do you think that's a bit of an overreach?
Absolutely. Here's the thing. We can't deny what's going on, and so it wouldn't be any different than the targets we set out there for acquiring fundings on the shortfall. I don't believe in setting targets that are low, or as Da Vinci and anybody else would say, you have never any hope of meeting them. Is it absolutely attainable? No, but would we desire to do that? Would we aspire, in our heartfelt way to do that? Absolutely, because it's our legacy, first of all. Recruiting talent and being able to put it on the ground here is something we've done since the 1800s. We're in exactly that same position. So when we slip out of the top quartile of the innovation cluster, and when we're told by other experts that you're now competing with municipalities and regions that are bigger than you and you better try harder, and that we have to continue to all be mindful to consolidate the Toronto-Waterloo corridor, which you are working on, and I compliment you. I mean, these are all essential ingredients. These are things that, make us more compelling. So I don't want to go short on the ingenuity and the ambition, the courage and conviction that this place is known for or would want to do it. So is it lofty? Sure. Is it absolutely attainable, Councillor? I'm going to not be silly and say that we're going to compete with the likes of the competitor cities we looked at last Friday, but we better come close. And for us to do that, the targets need to be high. So that's why.
Your report, the study, it promotes a future website to show what's happening in Waterloo Region. My understanding, I may be a bit fuzzy on this, but you've been doing that for some time. Is that correct?
The recommendation number one?
The website, yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is, again, while we have Andrew here, we have done it in a way. I think everyone, the research tells us, and it's not just us speaking, our customers out there who are the residents of the regions and the employers and those people that work in places are telling us that that's an essential ingredient. So this is why we've begun the work and analysis on Grand Social. Grand Social is not intended to look anything like it does now for all the reasons that we've talked about many times. And Councillor, if you want, I would be glad to let Andrew tell you a bit about that, because I'm not going to pretend to have the technical background and expertise to let you know where that's going.
No, that's okay. Nor me. That's okay. Your response is a good one. I just wonder, instead of a website and other activities, constantly I'm asking the basic question, for that money and the money spent on this report, why not give it directly to small and medium-sized arts groups?
Well, this work is quite aside. The work that's going on there is actually input that they had to the mandate that we have in the structure committee from arts organizations that they can't afford a promotional and development tool themselves. So collectively, on behalf of the entire community, we were asked to build it. That's what we're done. That's a direct response to small and mid-sized organizations who could never hope to have that kind of a tool.
But there are other tools like it which tell me what's happening in Waterloo Region.
Well, there are some that are list events. There are not any that promote dialogue and blog and do a bunch of those kinds of things, where there's meant to be an interactive conversation. And would tell you that one of the things that we're onto, as much as we're migrating to a different platform, there's been conversations ongoing at the same time and in parallel with aggregating other sites, information and technologies eventually into that authoritative voice. So we're not going to pretend to corner the market or ignore what's going on out there, Councillor Arlington, but to consolidate it in a way where there's meaningful. I mean, I didn't do the research, but I read it, and what we're being told by those that are out there and employed is they don't know what's going on, and that's what we're trying to solve. They still, as much as you and I know that there's a festival, we've had, if you read that research, I think there's a comment in there, there should be some festivals. Well, we're like festival mania here, right? But at the same time, some people just don't find it. They don't bump into it. And that's the problem we're trying to solve.
Okay, and going back on my earlier comment, can you tell me in crystal clear words how much money CEI has given to small and medium-sized groups in 2015?
In 2015?
Yeah.
I can come close. Aside from the work that we do on their behalf, I mean, part of what I explained to you is all the work that we employ people to provide by way of services and support to those organizations.
I appreciate
So I'm going to suggest to you that the better part of our operational funding, or like our salaries and so on, of that 276, the greater part of that is work we're doing directly in the sector. And we would have another 126,000 that we invested directly in small to mid-sized organizations, along with the grant writing of 27,000. I mean, the technical support that we're doing right now, the work fixes and work we're doing on Grand Social is directly related to them, another 16, and so on. So that's about where it is. I think.
Okay, Councillor Arlington, we're out of time.
And one final question.
Okay, very quickly.
One final question. Earlier today, Roger, we considered a report, Make It Kitchener report, an economic report. There were many, many similarities in there that they intend to do to what CEI is proposing. Are you aware of that report? Make It
Which
Kitchener.
report is it, Councillor?
It's an economic report named Make It Kitchener. From the Economic Development Division, and it talks about all kinds of future in Kitchener, including arts and culture groups.
Pardon me? So I'm not sure that I am familiar.
Thank you.
And just to pick up on that, one of the things that most people don't recognize is that CI really is a regional strategy. So while each of the municipalities have their certain specialties, we try and look at everything as a region-wide strategy. So and complement and enhance is what we're trying to do, and what we're trying to recommend moving forward. It's about facilitating things that complement and enhance what the municipalities are already doing.
Yeah, I think that's what's embodied in recommendation number 2. It uses that kind of language, so it wouldn't be meant to duplicate or anything, but to enhance.
Yeah, I'm concerned about overlap, but thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have a question of staff after, okay?
Okay.
After, but I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have most of my questions have been answered. My first question was going to be, did you not have more hair when you first started coming?
I had a lot more hair. In fact, that music cluster, I used to, be able to hang out like those guys.
What happens if you don't get this additional 26,000?
So, Councillor, I think I've made it clear that the board decided that they had a moral obligation to complete the commitments that had been enunciated in our 2015 work plan. So we are only talking about 2015.
Okay,
and if we don't,
that's fine. You don't. So
right.
you're able to carry on. Worst case scenario.
What it will mean in 2015 is the amount of red ink that will be on the blotter is essentially equal to the amount that we don't have.
Yeah. Going forward next year, it was always my understanding of this organization that you were going to be helping out new and small organizations, and to me, I never saw that because I know a large amount of our funds were going to the 2 or 3 major organizations.
Correct.
Going forward, if this carries on, how does that change? Does it change in order for it to happen for these smaller organizations and smaller and newer organizations? Does it change by having greater influx of money from the municipalities, or how else does it change?
Okay, so let's, I think there's about 3 questions there. So the mandate in the beginning, if you look at the structured task force, would have not been only relegated to small to mid-sized organization. It would have looked at the arts and cluster culture at large, including the major organizations that you've dealt with. And there would have been a time at which the theory would have been to dive deep and work with those organizations to revise them structurally and promote sectoral change. By virtue of the funding continuing to flow from councils at the municipal level and at the region directly to those organizations, it precluded that part of the agenda and turned our attention to small to mid-size only. And since 2010, or early in that agenda, we began to enunciate that there was no money in the early part in 2010 or so from that dollar per capita or sustainable funding going to small to mid-size at all. And it was when the tail end of Carla Ladd's tenure here where we managed to get the first $20,000 from the City of Kitchener, leaders again, to actually begin that movement. And then we gradually augured through the remainder of those years a total of $278,000, or 6% of the per capita sustainability funding to actually move through CEI into that cluster. The other 94% of it went directly to the major orgs that Councillor Gazzola you speak of. What happens on a go-forward basis? I mean, the research tells us that the arts organizations and so on would prefer us, after having had the experience and benefited from it partially, not to be behind them and trying to provide support from behind organizationally. We would rather choose their own destiny in that regard, and that they don't really want to be pawns of economic development, and we should, cease that kind of activity. In the Birdsell report, what the go-forward position is that you've now adopted was to replenish, to take all of that per capita and arts sustainability funding, get rid of that nomenclature, right? And restore any of the funding that was directed our way, if you will, for emerging small or mid-sized organizations, and put it back into existing funding mechanism in each area, municipality, and the region. It's effectively, by Birdsell's work, been returned to you. So our work in small to mid-size, except for the advocacy and the work that we would do through Grand Social and in specific instances, we're told is complete.
So going forward, it returns to us. What do you do?
We have 2 recommendations in front of you. We continue to build and reinforce the community engagement platform across the region. And recommendation number 2, I think, Councillor, which you also have, which I want to be careful.
My question is, how do you finance that?
How do we get financed?
Yeah, going forward.
Yep. So there will be, I again want to be careful not to put words in anyone's mouth, but the intent is that there would be still an involvement and investment by the municipalities and the region on the operational side of whatever CEI becomes. The concept of CEI, I think, is what the words are in the research, until it finds its way or migrates. And that capital projects and so on would be a combination of that and the private sector. The priority that is wanting is impact or built cultural infrastructure, I'm going to call it, across the region at a scale that's not yet determined. It's the work ahead of us to try and define that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm trying to balance between what we're looking at here versus when we decide on CEI going forward. But I need to ask some questions because I'm still not quite clear. When we originally approved the CEI initiative, my understanding was the municipalities put in $1 million, which we did, and there's supposed to be a matching of $1 million, and this is per year, my understanding, from senior levels of governments, and another matching of another $1 million from the private sector was the target. And I understand it was an ambitious target. How many years running has this been going on now? Has it been 3 years?
So CEI hired its first executive director in March of 2011 and did most of its external work in 12, because there was a training period, 12, 13, and 14. which is when we undertook the review. We're in 2015. We continued our work this year, but
Okay, so
the review is after a 3-year period, which was mandated by our Vision Committee.
Okay, so looking at those 3 years, for example, then, so again, from my understanding, the local municipalities would have put in $3 million, which presumably there would have been another $6 million coming from the private sector and senior levels of government. How much of that $6 million was actually achieved?
Of that $1 million?
$6 million in 3 years, right?
So we'd have to go back to the organizations who received $1 million off and how they leveraged their private sector funding.
Yeah, so what I'm going to tell you is that what we received, so based on what I just explained to you as to how the monies flowed, CEI received $900,000 from the municipalities in the region. They then raised $855,000 of.
To clarify, that's $900,000 per year?
No.
No.
In total.
In total.
In total, okay.
In total. We then raised. So over the past years, about $5 million has been directed, right? I've already to the 5 key cultural institutions.
Great.
We received $900,000 from the municipalities and the region. So that includes the operating monies and also the $278,000 approximately of dollar per capita money that we used to flow through. We raised $855,000, so we effectively leveraged what we received, what we had, we leveraged. And then we further wrote grants of $357,000 at the provincial and federal level, plus those grants, strategic grants that were aligned directly with organizations which we haven't quantified, but we could. So what you need to then consider is that of the 94% of that money that went to the big orgs, the Birdsell report will indicate to you that they have done a better job by their peers on average across the country in leveraging private sector funding. You need to ask them with what they had in their hand, what they leveraged. We didn't take down the challenge to the private sector. There would have been no point in doing that. You know, if we'd taken it down, then they wouldn't have likely have done as well either. But we certainly, without the bird in hand, can't be, expected to be leveraging that money, through an empty kind of promise. So the Birdsell report indicates to you that that's what happened. I don't know, and I can't quantify the extent to which. You'll have to ask them.
Okay, with the amount that we're looking at here, I understand the question's been answered that you felt the moral obligation to go through and allocate these funds before we've released them. My concern going forward, will that happen again? For example, will you be assuming that money will be spent in the new year when council hasn't decided on whether or not we wish to pursue funding CEI?
So the question that Councillor Davey is asking is, if this money were to be given to you to take you to the end of the year, will you assume that there may be more money flowing for next year before any decisions are made about next year? I think where he's coming from is, council needs to have that debate about whether or not they want to continue funding CEI going forward, notwithstanding the report.
Absolutely. So let me just be perfectly clear. We're here tonight talking about the operational funding that relates to 2015 and that alone for the work that we've actually executed or have been executing. On Friday, I think we made it clear at all council that there are no expectations. There are 2 priorities that are being presented as recommendations from the research for you and for us to consider and to determine whether or not and how, if at all, they are funded and operationalized. So there is no expectation on the part of us. I as the CEO, will tell you that what I'm doing right now is closing down the operation to December 31st, making sure that we can responsibly do that. So none of us, have not held up our responsibilities. This debate tonight's part of that. But we are assuming nothing except for us leaning on some of our private sector partners to help continue to fund Grand Social and keep it alive, since it's a platform that's out there, until such time as you make your decisions.
Thank you.
Is that fair?
Okay, thank you. That looks like it's all of the questions. I too want to express my thanks to both of you for all of the work that you've done over the past number of months and years, and particularly you, Roger. I mean, this is your baby, and I know it's been a bit of a rocky road at times, but certainly appreciate all of your all of your passion and commitment to this initiative and to the arts scene in general in Waterloo Region.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanek. I think I would say on behalf of the board that I only represent the passion that they have. There are a bunch of really good volunteers that are working hard. And disruptive thinking and agitating is messy stuff, right? And we're learning a bunch, but we're making progress. Not doing it would be the worser of the thing. And so thank you very much. I'll take those remarks back to the board on Thursday.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola, you had a question of staff.
Yeah, I did, and I don't see Mr. Chapman here. I think I know the answer.
Mr. Farwell, this is a question of staff, so you guys can sit down. Thank you.
I just wanted to ascertain that the $26,000 that we've not paid over was budgeted for. The money's there. It has no impact on this year's budget.
That's my understanding, and Mr. Wilmer is nodding.
Okay.
Did you want to say? No. Okay. That's okay. That is correct. So, Councillor Fernandez, you indicated you wanted to make a motion. Oops. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. In light of the additional work that CEI has done and in restructuring and the commitment by the key players to this organization, I would like to see that this funding be released, the $26,000 that has been held in abeyance, so that they can move forward with the great work that they have done. I just think that there's been so much that this organization has been under such intense scrutiny over the last 5 years, and I don't remember in the 5 years I've sat here that any organization has gone through the scrutiny that CEI has. I respect the scrutiny because as a councillor I'm accountable to my taxpayers, and as we all are, but I can't be not be in awe of the tenacity and the commitment that CEI and the Prosperity Council in the beginning and the Board of Directors have done. And as Mr. Farwell indicated, they are volunteers, and that's a huge commitment. I sit on a board, and I know the kind of commitments that it requires to be that kind of a volunteer. So I hope that I realize this is a bit of a deviation from my usual slant and my usual style, but I hope that it will be supported unanimously by Council tonight. I ask for a recorded vote.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I will write it out for you.
Councillor Etherington. So seconded by Councillor Galloway-Sealock. Thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, are we allowed comments?
Yeah, we're into comments now. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say, in total respect to the people involved, I'm still not sold on CEI and any of its proposed activities. I think this particular report is vague and unclear. I want to see more hard, realistic facts and accomplishments, and not the kind of fuzzy, wordy language that makes me think that CEI, like the emperor, has no clothes. I can no longer stand by and watch small arts groups and the art gallery, for example, struggle to stay alive, squeeze every dollar while we continue to pump money into CEI and do this kind of $54,000 review. I will not be supporting any further Kitchener tax dollars going to CEI, and I think there's better use for the money. And I'm prepared to recommend, Mr. Chair, that a one-time operating grant to Creative Enterprise Initiative be reduced from $46,805 to $20,000, and the remaining $26,805 be directed to small, medium-sized arts theatre groups throughout Kitchener. And I'd like a recorded vote on that if we can vote on it.
Okay, well, just to be clear, Councillor Etherington, we had previously given CEI $20,000. The only thing that we're dealing with tonight is the balance of that, the other $26,805, and the motion that's on the floor is that they be given it for the continuation of their work for the balance of this year. If that motion were to not succeed, then I would entertain another motion.
I'm sorry, I'm confusing you, Mr. Chair. What I'm saying is that the remaining 26,805 in our recommendation on page 8A1 not go to CEI, but instead go to small and medium.
I understand what you're saying, and that is a contrary motion to the one on the floor, and so if the one that's on the floor does not succeed, I will come back to you for that. So with that, Councillor Galloway-Seelock, you have the floor for comments.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions because I've listened to first the Prosperity Council and then CEI, and I've been a supporter all along. You look at someone like Roger Farwell, who is well known in our community for giving back and the passion that he has on top of his full-time job to take on this role in a volunteer capacity, says a lot for this organization and the integrity of this organization moving forward. And I can't sit here and listen to some of the comments, with all due respect, that yes, there are certain organizations that are squeezing every dollar that they have, but that's almost every arts organization we have across this community. And you look at the programs, and I think they did a great job tonight at quantifying a lot of the programs that have actually been offered to Kitchener alone. And you look at the value that that has for not only certain small to mid organizations, but a lot of them. The 3 projects in Kitchener, the Industry Insights, the Make It in Music, and Live at the Jazz Room, on top of the Music Accelerator program, which leveraged $75,000. You look at the Koi and Koi Festival. Again, great work. We've got a product in the Grand Social coming out of this. We've got box office support. We've got marketing and programming support. And you want to know what? On top of that, we have grant writing assistance. And you want to know how much the City of Kitchener's taxpayers are paying for that? $46,000. Plus, they told us over and over again tonight that they can't even quantify the amount that the small and mid organizations are getting from the grant writer assistance that's being provided to them. And we can't quantify the amount of box office support that they're getting and the money that that's saving them. And we can't quantify the marketing and programming support they're getting. For $46,000, I think we're getting really good value for what's coming to the small and mid organizations. Yes, the small and mid-sized organizations aren't getting money handed to them and saying, here, spend it as you will, but they're getting assistance, and they're getting opportunity, and they're getting marketing, and they're getting the use of Grand Social. So there's a lot out there that really is assisting the small and mid organizations. And I think if we look at it from that context, I think we're getting really good value. And so I have no problem supporting the motion that's before us. And I look forward to, I was at the all-council meeting, and I have an idea of where the board's looking to go. But that's a discussion for another day. So today, I think we are getting very good value for the amount of money that we're giving in an operating grant to this organization.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. I'm prepared to support the recommendation. I think all along I've been very supportive of the organization. And regardless of how you feel the way it was dealt with in the past or what the future may hold for this organization, and what I see there is there's still an asset there, and we have a responsibility as part of our organization to at least provide the funding that's needed to at least have that finish in 2015, regardless of where that goes. But again, at the end of the day, whether it disbands or remains, the CEI brand, whether it's in a company form, has an asset, and I think it can be used for whatever purposes that this community will see fit. So I think it's worth to continue to the end to this.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. Initially, when I first came on council and I saw the first initial proposals for as an organization CEI, The vision was grand. And I think they did make one mistake, that they did overpromise, and unfortunately weren't able to deliver to the same parameters that the expectation was set. I'm not saying that's entirely their fault. I think the market changed slightly over the last 4 years here in the local economy, as well as, of course, it takes time for an organization to get its bearings. But there was substantial expectation, and that's primarily the reasons why I initially supported the first funding and the subsequent fundings over the last number of years as well. But I think there has been a little bit of a fatigue that set in seeing the same type of repetitive kind of motions of expectation of saying we're getting there, but not entirely getting to those goals. I think there has been some admission on their own part that they try to be all things to all people. And perhaps there should have been restructuring earlier. It should have been a more focus on goals on an earlier setting than where we're at this point. Part of the 2015 budget, I had put forward a motion actually reducing it to 20,000 only funding and as a one-time. That would have set a very clear expectation to the organization in knowing full well what the monies they are expecting. But I think we did do a disservice by having that expectation sitting there for the remaining year of the 26,805 sitting in abeyance of possibly being made available to them. And they've gone forward and through their mandate and trying to do good work, and they've always tried to do good work. And those commitments have already been made in the community. And because of that, and that reason only, I'm willing to support the release of the remaining funds to CEI so that they can maintain their commitments to the community and so that we can leverage on the investment that we initially made. It serves us no benefit of having committed to this organization for this long and having given funding for this year, and they're at a point where they can leverage additional benefits to the arts and culture community leading into the end of the year, and we can't leave them shorthanded. We owe that responsibility to them, and based on that reasoning only would I support the motion that's before us. As for future funding, what's going to come before based on the restructuring or reevaluation of their mandate, that's yet to be seen. I'm not sold on that yet. Based on what the proposals will come forward and the funding requirements. But I think that's for a later discussion and later debate, and it's not necessary to engage in that today. But I will support the motion based on just this one-time funding completion of to the 2015 year.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. I'm willing to support the motion, and I'm very keen to do so. I am concerned. I just want to make a couple comments regarding some of the comments made around this horseshoe. So first of all, the cost of a consulting report is it is what it is. It's qualitative research costs a lot of money to do because it's work intensive, and so there's no need to nickel and dime about that. The point is that in this report is based on interviews and stakeholder groups, interviews with arts organizations and artists in the community. It's not just an empty report. It's based on what we needed to learn about what the relevant population thinks we should do, and so it was a necessary cost. Also, I mean, to say that CEI fell short of its grand vision that was proposed 4 years ago or more is not quite telling the whole story. I mean, the councils also changed the game right out of the gate, and so the grand vision fell short partly because the money from councils never flowed through to CEI, and so I just think it's important to note that. So thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I want to start too by saying that I definitely appreciate the work of Mr. Farwell and his team. His reputation precedes him in the community. Having said that, he took over this organization at a time when it had already hit some, I guess, waves, I will say. The two reasons I supported this back in 2011 was to depoliticize arts and culture investments, because I think that's important, but also because the pitch at the time was much more of a fundraising pitch. It was a fundraising pitch that would have taken, from my vantage, some of the pressure off of the municipality to fund arts and culture by having some significant raising of funds from the private sector and senior levels of government. Those did not materialize. I'm not sure if it's entirely because of the private sector or senior levels of government inability or through the fundraising process, but the fact of the matter is that didn't happen, and we will face the same pressures, especially from our core organizations going forward. I've gone back and forth on this, but I will support the $26,000 so that CEI can complete their 2015, because I don't think that would be fair otherwise, since the money has clearly been allocated and in many ways to benefit our area. I do have, but I'll be 100% clear to Mr. Farwell and his team when you come back, I have some concerns about where CEI is going. I agree with my colleagues 100%. There are some very important items I'd like to see come back, like grant writing. I think that's a key part of making sure that our smaller arts and cultural organizations can get some funding. But to be frank, I think that the idea that we're going to somehow take over the marketing and the public relations piece through Grand Social is just, I think it's too lofty. I mean, I went back and looked at some of the web metrics for grandsocial.ca and compared them even to Explore Waterloo Region, for example. And they're not impressive. I think it makes much more sense, instead of fragmenting the message, to partner with, say, an Explore Waterloo Region and have a consolidated site and a consolidated message going forward. So I would offer that feedback when you return to council, looking for a renewed investment, but I will support what is before us.
Councillor Gazzola.
I'll try to be brief if I can. Back when this concept first came to council 4 or 5 years ago, because of my roots and my heritage, I was very supportive of putting more money into arts and culture, and it was made clear to us that we weren't getting our fair share, and we weren't putting in as much as we should have been. However, after that, I had hoped that more money would be going to the smaller organizations, the new organizations. I did not see that, and for 4 or 5 years, I have always voted against it, not because it was my belief that we're putting too much money into arts and culture, but where I saw that it was going. Now, over the past few months, we met, we met with a couple of other councillors, with Mr. Farwell, and from the other meetings, and even from tonight, Mr. Farwell has presented his case and presented it very well. And as a result, I will be supporting this at this time. Going forward is something that we need to look at that time, and I'm confident that we will get the answers we require at that time, but that's a decision for that day. Everything else said, all the hard work that Mr. Farwell has put in as a CEO, he himself deserves that $26,000. Thank you.
Okay, with those comments being made, I will be supporting the motion that's before us this evening. I think regardless of where individuals may think we need to be going with CI in the future, that's a conversation for another day. I believe it's key for us to honor our commitment in terms of this year and allow CI to finish its obligations and its commitments through to the end of the year, and then we can have the broader discussion at a future date. I think everything else has been said, and there's no point in dragging it on. believe a recorded vote has been called for. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Chapman will work with you and your team in terms of doing what's necessary to get you those funds. We'll now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is Clause 4 of Community and Infrastructure Services Committee as it relates to affordable housing. And our first delegation is Lynn McCauley. Thank you for your patience while we dealt with the previous item. Welcome.
Your Worship, members of Council, staff, and guests, I'm Lynn McCauley. I'm the staff person for the Homelessness and Housing Umbrella Group, which is the network of agencies and people concerned about ending homelessness and the creation of affordable housing within Waterloo Region. And since 2005, HUG has been working to make Waterloo Region an inclusive community where everyone has adequate housing, income, and support to make a home. Before I start on my formal presentation, I wanted to start by saying thank you to this council. You have, over the years, had a very balanced and supportive approach to people experiencing homelessness within this community. I believe you have the only accessible public 24-hour washroom in the entire region, which is actually no small issue if you need to go to the washroom at 4 a.m. And also Kitchener Housing is the second largest provider of nonprofit and affordable housing within this region. Over the past number of years, there has been a surge in the development of research and of best practices around how we in fact end homelessness. And through the Mental Health Commission of Canada, the largest worldwide study of its kind was held here in Canada called the At Home Chez Soi Project. And it really demonstrated the effectiveness of an approach called Housing First, which says people need to be housed without precondition with the ongoing option of support. And the research is now also very clear that housing is the first and foundational building block in addressing all other issues. Because permanent, affordable, adequate housing with supports as desired is in fact the solution to homelessness. We also know that housing for all equals healthier communities. John Tory in February of this year said that we need jobs in this country, and if we're going to get these jobs, then we're going to need to make transit and infrastructure and housing to make sure people can live in livable, human, and affordable cities. And in fact, part of those comments were part of the Big City Mayors Caucus and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, encouraging the federal government to become more involved in affordable housing. It's really clear that the province of Ontario and the regional government have very clear roles in affordable housing. The role of the federal government and the role of, in fact, municipalities is less clear. But in fact, all orders of government have areas within their jurisdiction that in fact profoundly impact the ability to create affordable housing. And we know that the cost of responding to homelessness is up to 10 times more expensive than the cost of providing adequate housing. And the reality is we can argue about the jurisdiction of affordable housing, but the reality is this council pays for homelessness. They pay for homelessness through the fire services. They pay for homelessness through the security services. They pay for homelessness through library services and other recreation services where people who don't have a place to be spend a lot of their time. And so in fact, we can argue about whose jurisdiction it is, but at the end of the day, this council pays for homelessness. We also know that when people are homeless and at risk of homelessness, it significantly impacts their ability to participate in the community, in activities such as recreation, using a library, or Deb Matthews, the Deputy Premier of Ontario, who was recently a keynote at the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, talked about visiting Kitchener at a location that those of us from this area, when we were at the conference, assumed to be St. John's Kitchen. And she talked about how profoundly impactful it was when she realized there was a couple, in her words, canoodling in the corner. Because when you are homeless and you are a couple, you go to shelters for different genders. And in fact, at a time in your life when you are most in need of intimate relations and affection, the systems are set up in a way that make it very difficult to do that. There are also huge impacts to physical health. We now have a lot that people who are experiencing homelessness and have certain health conditions, it shortens their lives by 25 to 30 years. I mean, it's amazing and shocking. And so we know that in order to really end homelessness and to create affordable housing, we need a commitment from all orders of government. And in fact, municipalities have jurisdiction over a number of areas that have the ability to incentivize the creation of affordable housing. Zoning, development fee waivers, planning fee waivers, parking, parkland. You've read the report, you know what's in there. And so tonight I'm here to say thank you for considering these options, and thank you for putting a part of your strategic plan that includes safe neighborhoods with a wide range of housing for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. We have a couple questions for you. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Macaulay. Lynn, thanks for coming in. You make some great points. I just had one question. When you look at everything that is being suggested to council along the line of affordable housing, how to encourage affordable housing, the incentives that are suggested, are we missing any? Do you know of any other way to help achieve more in way of affordable housing that this council could do?
I think there's a pretty comprehensive list, and there's a list of what some other municipalities are doing. That, respectfully, may be a question that you may want to ask to my colleague, who is the next delegation, because Mr. Belanger is much more involved in the actual nuts and bolts of building and the costs of building than I am.
Okay. Thanks for coming in.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks, Lynn, for all of the information you gave us tonight about the connection between homelessness and affordable housing. But you do recognize that, in looking again at the report that we were presented, it isn't just about housing for people who are struggling with homelessness, but it's about affordable housing for at all different levels, right? Yes. It's about trying to gentrificate certain areas of the city too, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just because that was your focus, and I just wanted to make sure that it was very clear that when we're looking at the report, it was about a broader understanding. Okay. Thanks.
Absolutely. We need housing at all different price points for people who fit into sort of the whole economic scale. There is a whole lot of challenge around the definition of affordable housing, because there is the one that says you look at the Canada Mortgage and Housing average market rent, and anything below that is considered affordable. Then there's also the definition that says 30% of your income is what's affordable. And so what we can end up with is a huge gap between what the average market rent is and what people who are primarily the group that I am most connected to, which are the people with the lowest incomes in the community. And so in creating housing, we really need to make sure that there is that whole absolute spectrum, but the people for whom affordability is the hardest are the people with the lowest incomes. And they are often the people who are whose needs are the hardest to meet. So it's a particular passion of mine. But absolutely, having housing through the whole spectrum creates healthier communities.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, thank you. Your topic here is very informative, and you have some very good information. Thank you. From time to time, I see things put out there that tell us the impact of this or that. Now, one of the things you showed on one of the screens was, I think was it homelessness? It costs us 10 times what it would if we were putting more money into. Could you just go over that and just sort of explain that to me?
Sure. And in fact, if you like, I can actually forward to you the reports that outline that. But the responses to homelessness are often EMS, police, fire, hospitalization, jail stays, and psychiatric hospitalization. Those are the most expensive. Services are all much, much more expensive than it is to subsidize rent and to provide community-based support. And we know, for example, that people who are homeless are hospitalized up to 5 times more frequently than their other low-income counterparts, and stay in hospital up to twice as long on average as their other low-income housed but people who have the same levels of income. And so there are huge costs to that. And when people are housed and they have the support needs that they need, there are also significant studies, including the At Home Chez Soi project, that shows that having people housed with support, they use emergency services much less frequently, and in fact. And in that way, the costs are much reduced to various orders of government.
Thank you. I'd be interested in this calculation that they've come up with. And just as a point, you're really relating more to the real far end of the spectrum of homelessness as opposed to affordable housing. There's a bit of a difference there. That's not a question, so thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovich. I just want to ask you, Lynn, if we were to vote to ratify the decision made in committee a couple weeks ago, are you here today in support of ratifying that decision, or are there any additional recommendations that you would have?
Respectfully, implementing any of the municipal incentives outlined in the report is better than what we have now. So what you passed in committee is a significant improvement from where we're at today. If it was all about the Lynn world, my recommendation would be that you need to look at all of them, because there's significant pieces in all of those. And again, my colleague, Mr. Belanger, who's the next speaker, who is very involved in the line-by-line costing of building new affordable housing, can actually tell you what each one of those pieces would mean to a project. And so the reality is, we need affordable housing. It's a really complex thing to build because of the various orders of government that are involved and the various ways in which you have to put funding together. And we also end up with affordable housing that sometimes doesn't survive as long as we would like buildings to, because they can't be built with the best options, because they have to be built with the options that fit best into the budget. We also have huge issues with energy efficiency in a lot of the affordable housing projects, so that people, even though their rent is subsidized, their utility costs are so high that it makes it difficult. It makes it difficult for them to afford to live in affordable housing.
Right. So quality, affordable housing.
So the quality can be a challenge, and so any way in which we can continue to knit together and cobble together funding means that we can collectively build better products that ultimately meet people's needs in a better way.
So, okay, I can understand that. Of course, you're going to say, in your world, the ideal would be all 7. Just vote for all 7. Let's make it all happen.
Get it done.
But what would be your top choice if we had to choose one?
I'm understanding that the really big one is around development charges.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. You may have answered my question. If the result is, because I guess you're not entirely clear on what the recommendation is, which is fine, but if at the end of this, if Kitchener becomes a leader in lower tier municipalities, would that be something that you would be satisfied with? If we're doing more, in other words, for affordable housing in terms of our policies than any other lower tier that we can find, is that satisfactory?
Well, I of course would be thrilled and delighted, and is that realistic? I don't know, but the motion, as you looked at it in committee, is a really good first step, and it moves us a lot farther than we were before that.
Okay, I just wanted to respond as well. I was one of the councillors or possibly the only councillor that raised some of the jurisdictional issues, and I was actually quite imprecise when I said it's not our issue. What I meant to say was it's primarily, or at least in terms of the funding, it's the regional government and the provincial government's issue. I guess my point in that is, did you get a chance to read the report at all, or look at the report from the city? So do you understand that
Yes.
we're having a regressive tax system, that if we have to fund things that would otherwise be funded by property taxes, that would essentially mean property taxes could go up.
Yes. What I understand is that I have the opportunity to speak from a very specific point of view, and your perspective needs to be much broader, and you have many priorities to balance.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just to clarify as well, just so you're aware, I've since come around a bit on this issue, and I do intend to support the motion as it is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That looks like it's all the questions. Lynn, I have just one for you. And I understand from your response to an earlier question that in a perfect world, you would like to see all of these various options looked at. Do you understand that where I think council was coming from and where staff were coming from, the reality is there's only so many resources that we can allocate at a given time. So the choices that really become twofold. We focus on some of them now and try to get something back sooner, or we focus on all of them and maybe it's going to be 2 or 3 years before we see anything. And if it comes down to one or the other, which would you prefer to see, I guess, from your perspective? Because that's the choice that we're having to grapple with.
Right. The reality, as I understand it at the moment, is that in terms of affordable housing, even if you use the broadest definition, which is the Canada Mortgage and Housing 50% and below, there is almost none of that being built without the assistance of federal and provincial subsidy money. The federal and provincial subsidy money for the region of Waterloo has been allocated until 2018. And there are 2 projects, one of which is a Kitchener housing project and one of which is Heartwood Place, which will likely happen in Kitchener, but not necessarily because they're looking to buy and renovate another building. And so realistically, unless the federal government, because we're not really sure what's going to happen there, comes out with a whole lot more money for federal affordable housing projects, realistically, none of this is probably going to be that, there's not going to be a lot of take up until probably 2018 anyway. And so respectfully, I would suggest that you might have a little bit more time to do this.
Okay, and I guess I'm not sure that that's all of the information that we're getting, but I guess we'll have to factor that in as we deal with this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Tom Belanger, Kitchener Housing Inc.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors, for having me here today to talk about this important issue. I'm speaking on behalf of a number of nonprofits, not just Kitchener Housing as well, who have read your report, and I want to compliment staff on the planning department on such an informative and insightful document that includes a full suite of options for improving affordability in our community. My sole purpose is really to shed some light on this issue and contribute to thinking differently about the subject and emphasize a positive impact that it could have in the city of Kitchener. Lynn spoke about jurisdiction a few minutes ago, and I think jurisdiction in affordable housing, our position is that everyone has a jurisdiction. I mean, affordable housing would be all of our responsibilities. It's very accurate what staff have portrayed in terms of the jurisdiction. I've worked in affordable housing for going on near close to 20 years in various other jurisdictions in the municipal world. And yes, the federal government and province usually provides funding. Sometimes the province doesn't provide as enough, or the feds, and the region or the service manager would provide policy direction as well. But I'm going to go right to municipal options. I think one of the options that struck me when I read your report was the community improvement plans. That is a vehicle and a tool that could be really beneficial for nonprofits and for various affordable housing initiatives. It gives you a suite of options to enter into specific projects and contribute specifically to the needs of the project in order to achieve a certain eligibility criteria. Waiving of property taxes would be wonderful for 10 or 20 years. Obviously, as spoken earlier, that your priorities and your broad reach of issues in your community far outweigh possibly the contribution that you could make. But waiving of development charges and other fees, increasing your density options as well, and also some of the other initiatives are very welcomed. These could be delivered, again, under a CPI, under a community program initiative. My experience, as Lynn hinted to, was development of affordable housing, and I've done most of that development up north. To achieve housing affordability, typically on developments that have a letter of commitment under the Ontario Investment in Affordable Housing Program, they'll receive a capital grant of up to $125,000 per unit. That seems like a lot of money, but these targets are typically rents that have to be achieved at about 80% of average market rent, or about $650 per month, including utilities. As you can see, it's very difficult for anyone to actually develop affordable rental housing without higher government capital contributions. At KHI, we're looking to build 16 units, total capital cost of $3.4 million estimated at this point, and we're going to have probably about a $575,000 mortgage. Even though we're receiving about $120,000 per unit, we're still going to be, our first year, we'll probably have a tiny surplus of maybe $5,000 to $7,000. So it really takes a lot of capital in order to achieve affordability. It just cannot happen without a multiple range of contributions. In almost 20 years of my experience, I've never seen a business model of developing or creating affordable housing without this type of partnership from the federal, provincial, and the municipal level. What would be the financial impact be if you were to, I guess, participate in this program or be a bit more, increase your contribution? Out of 2 to 3 projects, one is a repair and renovation, and ours, as I spoke to, the region, Lynn spoke that the region has allocated the capital funding until 2018. A tentative cost estimate of incentives, if excluding property taxes, if you were to help with development fees over 3 years, would be between anywhere $300,000 and $350,000 over the next 3 budget cycles. And what are the benefits? The benefits are quite clear. Increased affordable rental housing for citizens of Kitchener, City Council contributing community building and improvement of neighborhoods, waiving development charges and other fees would help ensure that the project is built with quality materials, energy efficiency, and is visually appealing for the neighborhood it is in. There's 6 key points. In conclusion, I'm just going to wrap this up. Affordable housing building. It is achieved through a plan, investment funding, and a total team effort. There's 6 key points I want to emphasize. Housing is municipal business, but funding is required by senior levels of government. I want you to be very clear on that. You can't do it all yourself. Viewing affordable housing as a faucet of social services limits the thinking. And I want to say that in the sense that affordable housing is about planning communities, integrating your communities, having various stratifying of economics in your various neighborhoods, paying $650 a rent, if you just think about it, a month rent, you're not going to, that is not rent that could be afforded by someone who, let's say, who's on Ontario Works. That is the working poor. That is people who are working for a living.
Tom, if I can ask you to wrap up, please.
Sure. Lastly, success is invigorating and gives purpose and leads to more success. Partners in housing require support from planning departments, as the best housing opportunities often require planning approvals. And lastly, community building. The positive impact of affordable housing can be seen in a flora of sectors. It is too important for cities to ignore. It is everyone's responsibility to support the cause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have some questions for you, Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Tom, thanks for coming in. It's great to see you. Great to see you in Kitchener, actually. My first question I asked Lynn, do you see, you've read through all of these reports, you're much wider read on the subject than I could ever hope to be. Do you see anything else that we could be doing in addition to these incentives?
Well, I think probably not financially, but I really think I would love, a more of a community dialogue, maybe more partnerships, working with planning departments. I think that would be a really great start if you wanted to engage many of the nonprofits plus private developers. Have us sit down collectively to talk about how we can improve affordable housing as in a real partnership format would be a really good start. I would welcome that conversation. Welcome to be part of that.
Great idea. And my last question, as you know from the committee report, we've excluded 2 items, surplus land policies for the municipality and parkland dedication reduction incentives. Would you see any future for those, or would you support those, or do you think it's good to leave them out?
I think I speak like Lynn, and that is I would like everything in the world. Thank you very much. But land, I think I really can't comment on how on what it's. Yes, it'd be wonderful if the odd parcel of land could be apportioned for affordable housing, but really, it should be a true partnership and not just a handoff. I think they're meeting city needs, meeting the community needs, and meeting the affordable housing needs. I think the dialogue itself, there is a solution, but I just don't think it's as simple as just, I guess, passing over the land, as much as I would love to receive it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Gazzola.
I just want to ask a couple of questions about Kitchener housing. You stated that you're in the process of doing an addition with 16 units.
Yes, we are. We've been received conditional funding from the region for development over on 430 Connaught.
Okay. And the project hasn't started yet.
It hasn't. No.
With that project, are you going to have to pay development charges?
Yes.
You will have to pay development charges. You stated that it was sort of a break-even position. You're able to go out and get a mortgage with which carries itself, and it's a break-even position, right?
We are yes, correct. It is. We are a nonprofit. We're not in it to make money. We're in it to try and do it as affordable as possible to achieve the deepest affordability as we can.
And you're getting 16 new units on board.
Yes.
Why couldn't you do 50?
Sorry?
Why couldn't you do 50 units?
15. Well, that's a good question. I think
you would be in a break-even position. You would.
No.
And that would bring more affordable housing with no additional cost to the taxpayers.
Mm-hmm.
It would involve some provincial funding.
Yes. The question, I don't know, it's a tough question to answer, but the actual site, there's a lot of factors to play, and that is what were approved through the site planning process, what fits on the site in terms of the number of units that we can actually do. We want to maximize as much as possible the units that we are doing in order to contribute to the supply, but at the same time we are doing accessible units, which is 4 accessible units which, because of the uniqueness of the design, requires support services as well that we have in play. So it wasn't, the way the number of floors there are and the actual design of the building, we can't really reduce the unit count as easier in order to achieve more affordability. We would then lose the capital funding that we were granted as well.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening. Our next delegation is Susie Gersoy.
Your Worship, members of council, staff, and guests. My name is Susie Gersoy. I want to tell you a bit about myself. I was brought up in a negative environment and never encouraged to become a successful woman. I became homeless after my 2 children were abused by a teenage babysitter. They were 4.5 and 2.5. When my children were violated, I couldn't handle the guilt and my feelings of anger. I had a lot of guilt as a mom because I never noticed the signs. I hung around a crowd that was detrimental. I was alone and addicted to crack cocaine. It instantly numbed my emotions of guilt and anger. These were feelings I could no longer handle. I struggled a lot. The best thing I ever did was put my children in the care of my in-laws. I then recognized that I needed help. It took me a long time to overcome my addiction, 4 or 3 tries of treatment. I thought I could handle it. I was working full-time and had access to my children. Over the years, the guilt was still eating away, and I relapsed again and found myself homeless and addicted. I walked the streets so much that my feet were blistering, red, and very sore. My addiction brought me to a very low place. I did things that I never thought I would do, and I have seen things I never could have imagined. While I was staying at Mary's Place, I was heavily medicated, mentally unstable, and was basically a zombie. My worker at the shelter continued working with me, and I accepted a chance to be in the Step Home Streets to Housing Stability program. With joining this group, I received continued support, counseling, and a subsidized bachelor apartment. I started having goals and feeling worthy of life. I finally trusted that someone had my best interests at heart. There was someone who wanted me to do well, be a contributing member of our community and society. Through continued support, I was asked to join a group for people that graduated the Step Home program called Participant Advisory Group, which we call the PEG. The PEG is for people with lived experience on homelessness, to advocate for the homeless, speaking and having a voice in what matters in our community. Through all this, I have my children in my life, and I am a proud grandma of 2. I have a wonderful man in my life who respects me and loves me, and my twin sister who has never given up. I have been with the PEG for 4 years now and have received 2 scholarships to attend the Canadian Alliance to End Homeless conferences in Vancouver and in Montreal, Quebec. So as I stand here telling you a bit of my story, I have come to an understanding that the people that were supposed to encourage me and love me were ignorant of a lot of issues, and the choices that I made were my choices because I was ignorant and in no right frame of mind. I am who I am today because of the help, extra support, and people who were non-judgmental and caring. They walked with me on my journey and showed me a better life. I believe that everyone deserves a place to call home. We live in a nation where housing should be a right. Having a place to call home means that people don't need to be homeless and they can start to rebuild their lives. Today I am here to ask that you vote to support ways to create more affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your very compelling story, and congratulations on working as hard as you did to turn things around for yourself. There are a few questions for you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Actually, I don't have a question. I just really felt compelled to take the opportunity to thank you for your input. Thank you for your courage to come and share your story with us today, and for your contributions through the PEG. And I really commend you on your resilience in making your life, bringing your life to a much better place. So I really thank you for taking the time to come in tonight.
Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
I also don't have any questions, but Susie, you know, vulnerability and putting yourself out there, that's a strength. And so thank you for sharing your strength today.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I don't have any questions either. Just wanting to again compliment you on your courage and sharing your trials and your inspiration, and your story is the reason why what we're here talking about is very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
I also don't have any questions. I haven't been on council long, but I haven't heard a more moving speaker than you. We can get a lot of reports, and there's a lot of great information in there, but your words resonated with me and spoke volumes, more than any report could ever do that. Thank you for your strength.
Thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no questions, but Susie, I just wanted to say that that's a very brave story. I compliment you on it. And Susie is a classic example of what decent housing can do in turning around the lives of people who don't have shelter.
Thank you.
Okay, that's everything. Thank you, Susie.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have James Howe.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, the decisions that Council will make tonight and over the next 3 years are certain to have a lasting impact for decades to come. Your decisions affect how much affordable housing is available or will be available, and the diversity of people living a walkable distance from the LRT stations, particularly in or near the downtown core. You could take the traditional approach and maintain the status quo, where the city doesn't use any tools or has no policy decisions or directions on affordable housing, but that would be a mistake. Here's why. The pace of development that we're already seeing along the LRT route is expected to move into a higher gear after it is completed as we intensify so we can grow sustainably. The greatest impact is expected in or near the downtown core. Much of the housing that people find affordable in or near the core appears to be of poor quality currently. As development proceeds, land values will increase, and where people can currently afford to live will disappear as it is replaced by new projects or become unaffordable as landlords invest in their properties to get a higher rate of return from professionals and tech sector employees who prefer an urban lifestyle. As the current options disappear or become too expensive, their current tenants will need to find new places to live that they can afford. That's why in places like Toronto, low-income tenants have been forced to move to the suburbs. That transition has a ripple effect as it moves people who must rely on transit away from the LRT and the jobs clustered near it. While commuting is possible, the time required is significant compared to using transit when living in the core, especially if that's where you're working. That also takes away time from family and makes being involved in neighborhood activities more difficult, and that's just work. Accessing services, especially for children, youth, and seniors, becomes more challenging. Buying a car may mean it is difficult to afford food without relying on the food bank. On top of that, it risks affecting the diversity of people in the downtown core. We should all be able to afford to live in the downtown core of the future. We should all be welcome and feel like we belong. Living in the core and being active in the downtown community is critical for healthy neighborhoods that foster belonging. I'm not simply predicting the future here. It's already happening. The Berlin Palace on Weber Street, which the city condemned for habitation, was sold and is being renovated. Its former tenants, those that were good tenants, won't be able to afford to move back in. Home on Lancaster near Sotheby is being upgraded. Apartments on College across from former St. Jerome's are looking better than I've ever seen them. Similar improvements have happened to townhouses on Benton across from the Arrow Lofts. The report before you tonight helps point the way forward. I strongly support the implementation of density bonusing. According to Brent Tadarian, the former chief planner of the City of Vancouver, it's the policy that has done the most for purpose-built rental housing and social housing. It's the density bonusing system. Offering developers to increase the number of units built in return for a percentage of them being affordable can make a real difference to the availability of affordable housing and ensure downtown provides homes for all. The city is already moving to offer similar incentives for features that reduce the need for parking, such as car share and cycling facilities. We need to take the same action to ensure we have affordable housing in and near the core. In fact, I urge you to make it a priority when negotiating with developers. In fact, I urge Council to go further and advocate with the provincial government to allow municipalities to use inclusionary zoning. That tool would mean that the city could require that in a specified area, a certain number of units are affordable. In Kitchener, that could be applied to the planning areas around rapid transit stations. Is affordable housing an issue for Kitchener City Council? Yes, absolutely. Indeed, taking action tonight on the tools that only you can use is necessary. We have a unique opportunity before much of the LRT-related development takes place. If we try to take action later, once we can see the problems, it will be challenging, if not nearly impossible, to address them effectively. The opportunity tonight to ensure affordable housing is an important part of the mix as downtown and the LRT corridor are developed.
Thank you, James. And I don't see any questions, so thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Okay.
Next, our last delegation is Birgit Lingenberg. Birgit, welcome.
Hi. Thank you, everybody, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I have a lot of things I want to talk about, but I'm just going to give you some very important facts. Monday mornings, I go to Food Hamper in the downtown core where I recently reside, and I get up at about 2:30 a.m. I leave home about 3:30 a.m. This morning, there was 2 young men who are homeless playing cards on the floor at the BMO at King and Queen, and there was one young man who is homeless who was laying down in front of the coffee culture out on the step. Homelessness is a problem, but my issue is homelessness and poverty and subsidized housing. My daughter is disabled, and I am disabled. Thank God we have Lucky. But we have to move into a one-bedroom apartment in mid-January, and it'll be out of the downtown core because we can no longer afford a two-bedroom apartment once she turns 18, because her income will drop about $1,000 a month. We are on the waiting list for subsidized housing. It will take another year and a half, maybe 2 years. That was the last information I received from 235 King when I called there and updated the file there. I would believe that almost everyone in this room has not been homeless, but I have been homeless long before I ever knew my daughter would be born. And I strongly implore you, I'm begging you, as I've done before, to regional council and to other groups, please think about what would it be like to be living on the streets or to be living in an apartment and having very little money to survive on for food or necessities such as medications that are not covered through discretionary benefits. I'm asking you all tonight, when you go to bed, close your eyes and think about what is it like to sleep behind the garbage bins, in the dumpsters, during the day, because if you go there at night, you could get killed, hurt, or your belongings that are usually just a few, they would be stolen if you sleep at night. So I want you to think about that. Think about if it was you, your friends, your family, your co-workers, your doctor, your lawyer, anybody. Just think about what that's like. I know people that have died on the streets. I've actually saved a man from dying right in front of me on the streets by calling 911. I said, you get here now, this man's going to die right now. And they came right away. But I'm begging you, think about it. Do we not as humans in this world deserve a half-decent place to live? Please think about that. Please do whatever you can to please bring more subsidized housing. I don't want to put my daughter on the street. Please. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Birgit, for coming in. I know this is it's difficult to talk about this issue, and I know you've been a passionate advocate, particularly at the region, on this and various social services issues, and it's part of the reason why we're dealing with this issue here, so that we can, as opportunities arise in the future, look at how the city can assist with the region and the provincial level of government in terms of making more housing available. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I will now ask, this was on, so I'll ask Councillor Ioannidis to bring this report forward, please.
It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Etherington that I guess would be item number 4.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I wanted to comment briefly. Firstly, I wanted to acknowledge, I think it's due to Councillor Etherington. Certainly it's a stretch to say that this item wouldn't be before us if it wasn't for him constantly pushing it as a priority. Certainly not, it wouldn't be before us today. Secondly, I just wanted to clarify a couple of comments. I will always defend jurisdictional boundaries because I think that it's difficult for any level of government to pay for the things that are within their jurisdiction. Having said that, I supported, even back before the comments were made at committee, I did support density bonusing and parking, which would have, those two items alone, I believe, would have put us in the lead in terms of lower tier municipalities. I don't think that the third item is much of a stretch, so I will, having the opportunity to reflect over 2 weeks, which is the idea of committee to council, I will support the motion as written, and I look forward to seeing what staff comes back with.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, very quickly, in my dreamland perfect council world, I would go a good deal further with incentives, but I do understand that planners only have a certain amount of time to cover such a workload. Mr. Chair, every councillor in the chamber has a direct responsibility to control taxes paid by the voters who elect them to council. Voters couldn't care less if it's Kitchener region or provincial or federal taxes. Comes out of the same pocket. If through our control of zoning regulations we manage to encourage affordable shelter, we help control those tax dollars spent on, as has been said, police, health, particularly health, justice, and emergency services, as well as social services. If we do that, we're doing our jobs serving voters, so please don't pass the housing buck to the region. Give people, the 10,000 children, seniors, and adults some decent housing, and I guarantee it will see our overall tax costs drop. So that's what I request Council to do to support the motion that's before us. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. I want to just also add that I'll be supporting the motion, and the portion that mentions a secondary effort should be focused on investigating development incentives in the following area, that is waiving application fees. Based on one of the delegation's comments about that being potentially the most useful, I'd like to suggest a friendly amendment that we just take out the part about secondary effort and that we add waiving application fees as one of the, if it were to pass, it would be one of the 4 areas for staff to investigate. And then based on their investigation, when they come back to us with their work that they have done preliminarily, we can then prioritize what makes most sense. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. I will maybe ask staff to comment. Actually, first of all, I'll ask staff to comment on it, and then we can take a.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I expressed at committee, staff would strongly urge Council to keep the priority list as focused as possible so we have a chance to get this work done as quickly as possible. In anticipation that this question might come up, I did have a conversation, an email conversation with the planning folks who will be doing this work. And simply adding this one project will add months to the timeline for us to complete this work. So the motion before Council doesn't say not to look at that. It simply says let's get those first 3 done first, and then we can move on. So I would encourage you to keep it as focused as possible.
Councillor Marsh?
Okay, so sorry, Mr. May, if you could cue back in. So what is the guesstimated timeline that you're looking at for coming back to council with direction on the first 3?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have an exact timeline. Really, this is the beginning of what may end up being three separate projects, or maybe treated as one project. We certainly have resources identified for our 2016 business plan to get a substantial amount of work done on this, and I expect we would be coming back at some point in the year with at a minimum an update, but I also know that there'll be many conversations and public consultations on this issue. So while I don't have a specific timeline, I know it's a significant body of work that will take a lot of the year.
So just to clarify, my goal here is not to add months and months of work to staff's plate. My goal would be to provide latitude to staff if through public consultation they learn that that 4th item is actually top priority for the community, that they could then focus on that instead.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the concern is in order to consult with the public, we would have to get that 4th item to a certain state of readiness, and that in itself would require a significant amount of staff time. And so I think, again, the more focused we can be, the better.
So, Councillor Marsh, did you still want to go ahead with that?
Well, I guess I'm impatient. I'm impatient to get it going. But I do recognize that we are limited in our resources. So I will wait to see the first update or report from staff and then revisit it that time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. I actually thought it was the expanded density bonusing to the nodes that Mr. Belanger was talking about the City of Vancouver found most effective. So I don't know if anybody else heard that the same as I did. I would just like to ask if the 3 bullets can be voted on separately. I've had a conversation with Mr. Chapman, and I became a little bit enlightened in terms of the property tax exemptions and grants and how that was the most costly component of the 3. So if we can, I would appreciate if we could vote on those 3 separately, and then the rest of the motion.
Well, you're just asking for the 1 to be separate, the property tax exemptions or grants.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how, if anybody else is changing their vote on the reduced parking requirements or the expanded density bonus.
Not hearing that, so.
I'm going to be changing mine on the 1, so I wanted to make sure that I.
So property tax exemptions, correct?
And the expanded density bonusing to the nodes.
Okay, then I'll deal with them individually. Councillor Gazzola.
Well, it's easy to see that this is a very emotional topic. It can arouse a lot of emotions and concerns. And it's a pretty heavy topic. We've had some very good speakers here tonight, and I appreciate what they've had to say. I think the one speaker was very clear and said that she was interested in a particular point of view, but we have to look at the whole picture. And that's so often we get caught up in the moment looking at the one little point, but we forget what the whole picture. The other gentleman that was here, Mr. Belanger, he said right out, he said he doesn't know what the financial impact of all of this is. And that's what we have here. We have a whole menu of items, and they're all very nice. They're nice. It would be nice to have all of them, but there's no price tag. They're not free, I guarantee you that. Now, I want to make it clear that I have a heart. I'm a human being. I've been very fortunate in this country that my parents were not born in. And I'm very supportive of helping homelessness and affordable housing, although those are 2 somewhat different topics. I know they're related, but I can't help but, we're mandated to do certain things. And I've had a bad history of not supporting decisions by this council where they get into areas that are outside of our mandate. They'd be nice to do if money were no object. But this quote, the reality is there's no free lunch and these things cost money. So I cannot support something that I don't know what it's going to cost, I don't know what the impact is, and that if it's going to be something that's going to increase the cost of our the current tax burden of our current constituents, we need to know that up front today. I think we've done a great deal in this community. I think Kitchener Housing has done a tremendous amount of work. And they gave a good example, and I would be very supportive of doing more through Kitchener Housing. I don't mind seeing Kitchener Housing get some development incentives. But I get concerned. I've seen a number of bonuses that we've done already in the downtown area where we do things, and what happens is the developer gets richer. Well, I want to know the details of that before I would support something like this. I have no problem with with Kitchener Housing being assisted and in doing that. But no, I do have concerns with outside developers getting a little richer on it. So as it stands now, I cannot support these proposals that are before us. In the fullness of time, if these come to us as separate items with all the details and the costs involved and what it means, the financial impact to our taxpayers, I could well be able to support them at that time, but not at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just seeing this, through the discussion that's already taken place, I wonder at times, especially because all that we're trying to do right now is give direction to staff to go out there and look at explorative basis on how can we support, increase the affordable housing stock in our community. We're not allocating dollars. That's part of the report. That's part of the comprehensive review and study that will be done, and bringing back a report and saying what type of things that can we do within our mandate, the things that we have control over that could spur, stimulate, increase affordable housing units in the city of Kitchener. When I see this I don't see this as a thing as just the right action to take, because it's the right thing to do, because it's a moral thing to do, to ensure that their housing is more equitable to all our citizens. I think it's almost a selfish act, because by ensuring that housing, the most basic necessity to all, is equitable to everyone, to ensure that to uplift people, to ensure that people aren't homeless on the street, as we've heard some of the very heartfelt stories from some of the delegations, will ensure that we have a stronger, vibrant, successful community that will be able to attract growth, the right type of growth, diversified growth, and I think it uplifts not only the most sensitive in our community, but uplifts everyone. So I don't see this as just a matter of a question of the right thing to do or the morally right thing to do. I think it just makes sense for good city building. And so based on that, I've continued to support this and will continue to encourage and support the review of this and whatever proposals come forward that we need to implement this, and soon.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vrbanovic. We're hearing talk about cost, but what's the value, the dignity of having a home, the cost that we save in not having to use EMF, police, fire, jail, psychiatric care, hospital stays? Giving people a place to live, giving them dignity, is worth a lot to me. I cannot wait to support this.
Councillor Galloway-Silock.
Yeah, there's a lot that's already been said. I just want to come back to a couple points. One is that it's clearly written in the report that staff look at investigating development incentives, investigating that, and we've heard from Mr. May that we are at the start of a process. We're not in the middle, we're not at the end, but we're at the start of a process. Those dollar figures will come out in the long run, but there was lots of information in the committee report that kind of showed where some of the incentives could have better value than others, and I think that that's where the priority list came out of. I want to point out two more things. One is that developers don't get richer. They build units that are affordable because they can avoid some of the costs of development. And then the last piece that I don't think has been referenced yet is the last part of the clause, which I think is really important when we talk about this, in that we continue to urge the provincial and federal governments to demonstrate their commitments to affordable housing by providing more program options and financial commitments. And I think that that's a really important piece that hasn't been mentioned tonight and kind of really holistically covers off what we need to do to continue to move forward and trying to rectify the situation with affordable housing.
Okay, I'll just briefly speak to it. I will support the motion that's before us. The reality is that the issue of housing is an issue of all orders of government, local, regional, provincial, federal. It's quite frankly an issue for all of us as human beings in order to make sure that all people who live in our community and in our country have decent, affordable, reasonable housing in order to survive. I think the issues that we're dealing with before us this evening are issues that the municipality, only the municipality, can have some influence over. And if we're going to work together collaboratively with the other orders of government, it means we need to look at these as possible pieces to the solution so that people aren't waiting 2, 3, 4, 5 years in order to get a housing unit. And so I am prepared to support this. At this point, all we're doing is asking for more information. Go out there, do the research, calculate the costs, talk to the community, and bring that information back so council can make a decision. That's all we're talking about. And then once we have that information, we can make decisions collaboratively with our other government partners going forward. So with that, it has been requested that we deal with the 3 bullets individually, a recorded vote. So I'll deal with reduced parking requirements first. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Property tax exemptions or grants. Let's vote on that one. All those in favor? Opposed? That too is carried. Expanded density bonusing to nodes. All those in... Not quite yet. Sorry. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The balance of the recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to item D. I'll just let council know, depending on how long this item goes, as well as the delegation, I may have to pass the floor over to, it would be Councillor Etherington, but he's asked that Councillor Singh, as last month's acting mayor, handle the rest, because I have to catch a flight for Ottawa this evening due to a meeting of the Refugee Task Force tomorrow morning. So, Mr. Nichols, welcome.
Mayor Urbaniak and Council, thank you very much for taking the time this evening, because you've obviously had a very tough evening. But I'm here on behalf of the residents of the Grand Hill Village Association. And first of all, I do bring the regrets of Mr. Tibbetts, who would like to have been here this evening, but unfortunately he's in Toronto for a special awards ceremony involving the colleges. I suppose the good news, let me start with a slide off the record thing. We're not here to ask for any money, so rest assured about that. The second thing is, you were distributed something earlier today by Mr. Goodeve. In addition to that, because my remarks will be somewhat different than what he commented on, there should be a page in front of each of you with what I want to cover here. On October 20th, the Grand Hill Village Association presented arguments to the Committee of Adjustment Tribunal that Kitchener Special Provision Bylaw 233R should not be violated to allow the subdivision of a property at 81 Grand Hill Drive. Since Kitchener Council has delegated its authority with respect to severances and minor variances to this committee, our community organization feels it's important to report to you our experience with respect to that subcommittee of council. Now, we assume that the Committee of Adjustment has been given the responsibility to make judgments in a fair, professional, and unbiased manner that gives proper consideration to the evidence presented. As we mentioned in the 26th of October letter, which we sent to the Mayor and to Council, in our opinion, this did not happen. Now, the Mayor has stated in a meeting that he held with Mr. Tibbetts and myself that we are not able, we being you, the Council, to reverse the decision made in our case. We are concerned enough, though, about the process that was followed that we want to share with you, our Council, the experience that we had. And we hope that you will be able to make changes in this process that you've delegated to these other groups so that new groups that approach the Committee of Adjustment will not have the similar negative experience that we had. So basically, we're here tonight to try and make some suggestions for the improvement of the way our city works. Allow me quickly to review the events that took place. On October 20th, at that hearing, presentations regarding the application by Mr. and Mrs. Ruser for 2 variances and a severance took almost 45 minutes. After these detailed and very complex arguments were presented, there was no discussion, either in public or in camera, nor any indication that the relative merits of the evidence presented were in fact seriously considered by that committee. One member of the tribunal made a statement about the new meaning of the word minor. Then a quick decision followed and the tribunal adjourned. The speed at which this decision was made at this hearing indicated there's a serious deficiency with the process that Kitchener Council has delegated to that body, and it's lacking in transparency, procedural fairness, and due process. Now, it is of note that after the hearing, the chair of that committee that day stated to several Grand Hill Village members that he would have supported our position against the variances and the severances, but felt he could not speak out as the other 2 members voted against. Now, if there had been a discussion that took place in committee with the committee members, possibly in camera, the outcome could have been quite different. Allow me to share with you residents' opinions on this. By the way, several residents from my community have joined me tonight, and they're sitting back here. They waited a long time for this. First of all, Marcel and Annie Prusky, there was never any communication between the 3 members of the tribunal at this meeting. We had the feeling the decision was made before the GEHV presentation. No comment should ever be allowed by a member of this board. Mr. John Tibbetts, over the past 40 years, I have had considerable experience in both Ontario and Quebec in dealing with 3-person tribunals, which include a neutral chair. I was surprised by the following. 1, the hearing lasted over 45 minutes due to the complex discussion and need for clarification. I would have expected the committee to deliberate in camera before reaching a decision. 2, the decision was in essence made by one panel member, Ms. Jennifer Meter. She became the de facto decision maker of the committee. The second panel member never spoke to the issue. She merely raised her hand in support. The tribunal chair should have requested written decisions from both panel members to avoid the impression that one was determining the opinion of the others. 3, according to provincial guidelines for how tribunals make decisions, each adjudicator must give reasons for their decisions so the parties can see that each adjudicator considered the decisions made. Now, Kitchener Council has delegated to that committee decisions on minor matters. In the October 26th letter,
Nichols,
we pointed out...
Just one sec. Do you still want to go through this whole page? Because if you do, I'm going to ask for a motion from council because you're going to need another 5 minutes. So is that, you still want to go through the whole page?
I think I can do it in 3.
Okay.
If you would give me 3.
Can I just get a motion to Councillor Gazzola, seconded by Councillor March? All those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You have delegated decisions with respect to minor matters. In this particular case, the requested lot size will be 45% smaller than the size required by zoning bylaw 233R, which is the special provision that governs our neighborhood. Now, do you members really think that 45% is minor? If you do, consider the following hypothetical example. Suppose the Works Department was out to buy 2 acres of land as advertised in a good location, but the survey showed it was only 1.1 acre. Fortunately, you hadn't spent the money yet, because that's a 45% smaller proposition. Now, I could give you other examples. I used to teach mathematics, so I got them up my sleeve and down my back. But I won't. I think I've made the point. I want to stress that for the future, it's going to be terribly important that you specify to this committee what is your definition of minor. And if it's 45%, I'll be quite surprised, but I think it's important that you do. So, recommendations we would bring to you on the basis of our experience. 1, we request that you review the way the 3 members of that committee who sat on October 20th made their decision. Further, we think direction should be given to them on how to deal with more complex cases, such as the one that I just described that we went through. As suggested by Mr. Tibbetts, these directions should include requirements that the chair of the tribunal meet in camera with the committee. 2, in future, it's clear that Committee of Adjustment members must deal only with minor variances, which means they've got to have a numerical definition from council that will specify what is minor. And that major means it comes back to you people. You're responsible for things that are major. That committee is only responsible for things that are minor. The last point I'd like to make very quickly, during this process, we felt that some of the dealings that we had with the planning staff were not what we would call as professional as we would have liked to have seen. Now, I said I'm going to keep this to 3 minutes. The first one was, we were assured in October of 2014 that if this application came forward, we would be told in good time. We were not. The second point is, at a 16th of October meeting with a planning department, we were told by planners in your department that though they'd made a decision on what they were recommending in the planning report on the basis of what the community felt. Well, there was no one contacted in our community except for the proponent who was wanting to subdivide a property. As we have explained in a report that you have received, we held a community meeting. We had a very substantial turnout. 75% of the community was there. And 92% of them voted against what was going on. This was never considered. Now, that was the feeling of that community. And it was not considered, which we think is unacceptable. Miss Debbie Butler, who has lived in the community for a long time, gave a quote. I'm not going to read it right now, but it's in front of you there. The last point I would like to make is that the planning department seems to have decided that special provision bylaw 230-PR can be overturned and replaced by the parent bylaw, which is the R2 zoning bylaw. Now, our understanding of city governance, and this may not be correct, but this is our understanding, is that a decision of this magnitude, where you just overturn a bylaw, is not the authority of the planning department to make. That's your authority. You, the council, who represent us. Thank you for your time. We hope our suggestions will help to make Kitchener a better city that engages its citizens in a positive way for the future. And thank you for the extra 3 minutes.
No problem. So it was actually almost 5, but that's okay. Councillor Gazzola, you have some questions. I just want to caution council that your questions need to be specifically around process and not about the application in question, because it has been appealed to the OMB, and therefore it wouldn't be appropriate for council to get into specifics about the application in question. So, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, and I also will have some questions of staff.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Gord, and to your neighbors for coming in and sitting and listening to a lot of things before you got an opportunity to speak. I want to just make it clear that you do understand, I think you do, that a decision has been made in this council as it stands today under current legislation has no authority to deal with that decision.
Yes, we understand that. In fact, that was part of my remarks. Yeah. In the mayor meeting with Mayor Rabanovic, he explained that to us, and we do understand that, which is why we have therefore initiated the process to go to the Ontario Municipal Board, which is going to be an expense that we had hoped not to have to deal with, but yes, we're going ahead.
Having said that, I would like to ask you now, dealing with the process, what would you like to see this council do? What would you ask of this council? You've already mentioned it. Could you just go over what you would like to see happen?
Yes, I think you should conduct a review with the 3 members of that committee that were present that day as the first step. In addition to that, I think you need to present to all members of the Committee of Adjustment, I believe there are 5 of them, for the future, so that other community organizations don't get in the same pickle that we did, that there should be a clear definition for what the word minor is, and if they have a complex case to deal with, and in the day we were there were 6 cases before us, all of which were dealt with within probably 2 to 3 minutes, because there was no opposition. They came in, they requested something minor, it was dealt with, and they were gone. Our case was complex. I don't know whether you've had time to read it, but we presented a very professionally prepared 14-page document outlining each of the 4 tests that are specified by the Planning Act and why we felt that they would fail. Only one of those tests was dealt with, and the other 3 were not. And the Planning Act is very clear. It says that a variance must pass all 4 tests. And the committee didn't even consider 3 of our arguments. And so I think you need to explain or give directions to this committee that you have delegated with a lot of power, that this is what you expect of them in complex cases like ours. And I think that that's within your mandate. You have given your powers to that committee, and if they don't give the proper time and consideration, they're not doing the job that you expect of them.
Thank you.
Is that clear enough?
Yeah, thank you. That's clear enough for me. I trust staff. Yeah. Now, I'd like to ask staff, in view of what...
I'll come back to you, staff questions. Okay. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, thank you, Gord. Thank you for your for all the work that you've done on that. I read your 14-page paper, and it was very well, and I know that your community worked together on that. You've actually asked my question, answered my question with regard to the 4 tests for a minor variance, and you, in the opinion that you're giving is part of the community's opinion that it only passed the 1 test for minor variance. Is that correct?
What happened at that meeting was that there's 2 considerations in test 1, which deals with the word minor, and the first is...
I'm exercising a little bit of latitude here, but we're starting to get into specifics about the hearing, which I don't think we can be doing at this point in time. If you have questions around the process, Councillor Fernandez, you can ask those questions.
Okay, I thought that's where I was going.
My mistake, Mr. Mayor. I should have realized I was getting into specifics. To answer in a general way, we feel it's very important that that committee be given a good understanding of the meaning of the word minor.
Okay. I have
And it was our opinion that they did not have a proper understanding.
Okay, thank you. I have a question of staff. Thank you, Gord.
Okay, those are all the questions we have. Thank you. Councillor Gazzola, you want to click in again?
Yeah, and I'd like to ask staff, in view of what we've heard here, and I attended that meeting that day, and I was really surprised because there were about 9 items on the agenda. The first 8 items took about 2 to 3 to 5 minutes each, whereas this was a very complex issue that took considerable period of time. Now, and my impression too was that when this discussion was over, it ended up that one individual was really making the decision that affected this entire community, this neighborhood. Now, to me, it appears that the act that's there is somehow broken. What is there, if there is anything that we as a council can do to deal with that process?
Who wants to tackle that? Go ahead.
Through Mayor Vanovic. In terms of what the delegation was speaking to with regards to the definition of minor variance, it is limited under the Planning Act as to what council can do. The Planning Act does not allow or envision council to be established as sort of an additional appellate body for items. Additionally, if the committee were to deem variance to not be minor, then they would go forward and refuse the variance, and so it wouldn't actually reach here. And then once refused, if that was to be disputed, then that would be appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board.
Well, it's obvious to me that there's something wrong with the act, the way it is written now, and is there nothing we can do about that? We can canvass senior levels of government for all kinds of issues, but something like this, is there nothing we can do? We just sit and do it until it affects some other area?
Mr. Wilmer?
Through the mayor, from time to time the province initiates reviews of certain legislation. I think they've recently done one for Development Charges Act and Planning Act. So, but we can always either initiate a request for a review or make submissions when a review is being done, if there's particular aspects of legislation that are troubling to us.
Well, what can we do in this case?
What
do I have to do to get council to go after the senior levels of government to review this whole situation? Can this council look at removing this authority that's been delegated?
So through the mayor, I think that's 2 questions. One is what can be done in terms of changing the legislation. Council can pass a resolution expressing concern with the legislation, and it would be more helpful if it was more specific, and asking that be considered the next time that the Planning Act is reviewed, or asking for a review to be initiated. So that's to your first question. On the second question, in terms of what can be done, Council does have the authority to withdraw its delegated powers to the Committee of Adjustment and take back for itself the right to consider variances and severances.
Can I then ask council to do both of those things, or to start off by having staff look at the issue and come back with a report with some ideas as to what might be done or what should not be done, or just to review the issue? We have an entire community here, and I have heard of many other incidents where people have really questioned the process. So what do we need to do to have staff do a review of where we stand?
that's a motion that council could pass to direct staff to initiate that review.
Okay, I would like to have that motion dealt with by this council to review,
Well,
to have staff. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gazzola, we would need a motion written out for from you in terms of what you're looking to be reviewed. I guess the one thing you may want to consider is, this is one particular instance we're aware of, and I don't know how many Committee of Adjustment deals with, but I would suspect it's several hundred. Okay. So I think you just need to think of it in that context and then shape your review accordingly. So I don't know that tonight's the night, and you don't have a motion written out
That's
yet?
fine. I will deal with the clerk's office and bring and have a motion brought back.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez, questions of staff?
Yes.
Okay.
What kind of training do the members of the Committee of Adjustment have before they take their positions?
Through the mayor, it's got a twofold. First, their background. So the current committee is composed of a municipal planning lawyer, a planner. One member has a master's degree in planning. Another is a partner in a commercial real estate development firm, and the fifth member is the chair of Kitchener Housing. During their first meeting of every term, the planning staff as well as clerk staff do lead them through a review of the various pertinent sections of the Planning Act.
Okay, so they have a review of that, but are we basing a lot of their ability to make a decision on the background that they have?
Through the mayor, yes. They are, council reviews all the applications that are received for people interested in applying for a Committee of Adjustment and makes the decision as to qualified applicants based on those applications.
Okay. Are the members allowed to go into camera to discuss their decision, sort of similar to the Dog Animal Appeal Committee, which is also, my understanding, a quasi-judicial committee?
Through the mayor, without the benefit of reviewing the act, I would say that yes, for a quasi-judicial committee, there is the capacity to go on camera. I know that is not the standard practice for the Committee of Adjustment, though.
Okay. Is there something that we can? It sounds like Councillor Gazzola may be putting forward a motion the next opportune moment in the next committee council meeting to have a review done. Is this something that we can suggest to the Committee of Adjustment members on something that's a bit more complex, and maybe we need to qualify what a bit more complex is, for them to step out of the room and have a discussion? They may not feel comfortable having a discussion in front of the appellants. I'm not quite sure.
Through the mayor, without further investigation, I would be prepared to provide a response on that as to what we can or can't do, or the committee members' comfort level as to what they would feel would be necessary to step into camera for.
Is this something that that clerks can conduct a investigation just with the members and ask them if this is something that they would feel comfortable doing in the interim before Councillor Gazzola brings forward his motion?
Sir, what specifically are you asking for, Councillor Fernandez?
I just want to understand if the members are feeling comfortable stepping out of a Committee of Adjustment to make a decision and have a discussion. I have sat in quite a number of Committee of Adjustment meetings, and I sometimes get the sense that the committee members are not feeling comfortable discussing their decision or don't know that they can discuss their decision privately.
Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Mayor, it's not my intention to preempt a notice of motion that Councillor Gazzola may choose to bring back. All I would say, though, is that in the spirit of continuous improvement, it may be desirable for clerk staff to take this feedback back to Committee of Adjustment, talk about the concerns that have been raised, and identify the opportunities they have, whether to go into caucus, to provide greater clarity around decisions, those sorts of things. I believe Mr. Goodeve has data on the number of applications that are considered, And I think that's the point that was being made, that we deal with hundreds of these applications, most of which, as you heard from the delegation, move ahead with no controversy and no issue. You also know that planning staff are fully committed to other reviews, as are clerk staff. And so again, it's not my intention to preempt a notice of motion, but I do believe that we could deal with this, the specific feedback that's been received, take it back to the Committee of Adjustment, and they can reflect on it and their own procedures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's
Councillor
all.
Fernandez.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I would agree with Mr. Chapman's direction, but before we get to that, of the, I guess, hundreds that have gone to the Committee of Adjustment, how many, do we know how many of those, is there anything like even anecdotally, how many have been appealed to the OMB?
Through the Mayor. Over the past 5 years, the committee has dealt with 760 consent and minor variance applications. Of those, only 6 have been appealed to the OMB. Of that, 2/3 of which the OMB has upheld the committee's decision.
I knew you'd have the answer. So 2/3. So 2, am I getting this right?
So
2
4.
out of 760 were overturned by the OMB.
Through the Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll have comment as well.
Okay. Councillor Ioannidis.
Mine's a comment when the time comes.
Okay. Well, there is no motion on the floor, so there really aren't any comments at this point in time on this issue. So I think it's fair to say, well, Councillor Gazzola may bring a motion back on the floor. In the meantime, I think Mr. Chapman has suggested that in light of the information that's been shared, this would be an opportunity for clerk staff to have to sit down with the committee, review the issues that have been raised, and you know what they can and can't do, and perhaps that may either influence what Councillor Gazzola's motion looks like, or what directions we take in the future going forward. Okay, everyone's clear on that. Okay, thank you. Mr. Nichols will, as this sort of gets processed, we'll stay in touch with you as clerks has up till now, and let you know how things are progressing.
Yes, we would appreciate hearing back from you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming in this evening. We can move on then to purchasing. There are 2. Move the tenders. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Gazzola.
I just have a question on the first one. I would like to know what, there was some form that was used wrong or something. Can you just explain?
Ms. Stecco?
Your report just said it was a wrong form. It didn't give any detail.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, the submission that was submitted was not submitted on our form of tender, so therefore it was disqualified. No, the form of tender was not submitted at all, and in the form of tender we ask for items like references, warranty, where the lubricants are coming from, so none of that was submitted, nor was it executed.
Okay. So the tenders have been moved, seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. Oh, Paul, thank you. So we'll deal with them separately. Those in favor of the first tender? Opposed? They're carried. Those in favor of the second tender? Opposed? 1 abstention as a result of the conflict. That's carried as well. We'll now go on to committee reports. Councillor Ioannidis. Sorry, go ahead. Oops, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlington that the report of the Community Infrastructure Service Committee be adopted. Items 1, 2, 3. Item number 4 has already been dealt with, and items number 5 and 6.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Just wanted to pull out number 3, please.
Okay, that's fine. we'll deal with the rest of them. All those in favor of the balance? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 3, just want to vote separately on it? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? One opposed. That too is carried. Moving on to Finance and Corporate Services, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gazzola that items 2 through 4 be approved, and item number 1 has a portion that's been deferred. Oh, Councillor Gazzola is not here, so seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, pardon me.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Davey?
Actually, Councillor Galloway-Seelock has...
Okay, go ahead. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I just wanted to, I think there's a revised motion that's supposed to come forward with regards to the retail, temporary retail markets.
Yes, and that's on our desk, I believe.
And so that revised motion really is to incorporate what was, what's the word I'm looking for? What was decided in committee meeting. Is that correct?
And Mr. Chapman?
That is correct. It's translated the wording of the committee motion into language that can go in the bylaws. So just to be clear, the revised motion should substitute for item 1 in its entirety. So this replaces in its entirety item 1 on your yellow sheets.
And it's clear, I think it's clear in there that it says it's an interim measure so that we can do a more comprehensive review, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Councillor Davey?
Okay, thank you. A question on this. In light of the other markets that, being Waterloo and Cambridge, their fee being lesser, has there been any more thought put towards reducing the fee for everyone else until such time as the full review can be handled?
Mr. Chapman?
No, and only because I don't believe that was consistent with the direction that we received out of committee.
Okay. And sorry, refresh my memory, when is the full review anticipated to come back to council or committee?
There was a commitment made to come back with the terms of reference before the process starts, so I would expect that'll be in the first quarter of 2016. And the intention was to come to a strategic session around the summertime with the early findings, and so certainly the work will happen over the first half of the year, and I would expect in the latter half you'd be looking to make decisions.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Mayor, I would like to, I guess I could write it out, but I would like to move a motion to reduce the balance of that, the $100 notwithstanding for the secondhand retail market. I would like to reduce the standard fee to $250 from the existing until such time, again, subject to the review.
And you're reducing it from what amount again?
Sorry, I don't have the page open. It's 500 and... Where are we?
$537.
Thank you.
From 537 to 250?
Correct.
This is the temporary retail market license. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
So is that an amendment? Is that as opposed to currently the way the motion states implementing a $100 licensing fee through 2016?
Councillor Davey, go ahead.
Pardon me, it would be in addition. So if it's secondhand retail, it would still be about the $100. For the balance of them, it would be $250 until such time as
until the balance.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Mr. Chapman, are you clear on what's being proposed?
I'm clear. I would just note for council's benefit that that would have a revenue impact of about $13,000.
How much?
$13,000 in 2016.
13,000? Okay. Councillor Davey, what page are you talking about?
Temporary, nope.
Sorry?
166?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, actually, I circled 1246, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
it's 1246.
So from 500 and change to 250 is what's being proposed?
Right, and I would remind council that Waterloo's fee, I don't recall exactly, was less than $100, and Cambridge's was something around 125. So
Okay.
it's still double those.
Councillor Marsh?
Just a question of clarification from staff regarding this motion. Isn't the amount 526 to a maximum of 4,130? Can you help explain what we're voting on? Are we reducing potentially revenue of $4,130 for an event that down to $250?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that maximum amount is when you have multiple licenses issued to one individual, so they max out in a year, and we have 2 or 3 vendors that do that in a year. So that amount would either remain the same or would be subject to an adjustment if council wish.
Okay, so a single vendor who would each time only pay $526, and then to a maximum of this amount, so then any subsequent markets that they hold are done for free, basically.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I'm okay with having a review and having this looked at and taking as a full overview as part of the budget process. I think it would be better to defer this as an issue paper, especially because there would be a budget impact of $13,000, far more than anticipated it was going to be. So I would move for it to be deferred as part of budget and an issue paper to be circulated as what that impact would be of a decrease to the suggested amount.
So that would mean that the fee that would continue if it was deferred for an issue paper, the fee that would continue would be the existing one. And then if council gives different direction at budget time, that would happen. It may not be able to happen in time for the normal January 1 transition. Correct, Mr. Chapman?
Through you, Mayor, it would not happen for January the 1st, so any applications between January 1st and the time that decision is made would be subject to the current fee.
Okay.
I'm sure we can communicate to any applicants that the review is taking place. So I still forward the deferral to budget.
So, Councillor David, I didn't get a seconder, first of all, for your motion, for your amendment. Seconded by Councillor Fernandez. The deferral will take precedence on the amendment, so I'll come back to that in a second. Councillor Schneider.
Just want to clarify, this fee that we're talking about, is this revenue or is this to cover the cost of inspections?
Through the Mayor, it's limited to cost recovery, and even at that, we don't fully recover our costs. So the taxpayer already subsidizes the licensing program, but there will be a levy impact because we do only budget for the net levy cost of that program, and if our fees go down, the taxpayer picks up more.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Singh, you're moving a deferral. Is there a seconder for the deferral? Is there a seconder first for the deferral? Second by Councillor Davey. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I just want to know if we're just deferring the one.
We're only deferring the amendment of the reduction from 500 and change to 250.
For
the rest of it will proceed.
So the $100 temporary secondhand retail.
That still moves forward.
That'll move forward.
Yes.
Okay, as long as we're clear.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're clear on what we're deferring? All we're deferring is the change in the fee from 5 and change to 250. All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed? Deferral carries. Balance of finance and corporate services. It's been moved and seconded. All those, Councillor Davey?
Sorry, I wanted to vote on the parking item separately. Sorry, I don't have it open here.
Number 2,
Number
okay.
2, please.
Balance of the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 2. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Yes. Planning and Strategic Initiatives, Councillor Singh.
Thank you. Under Planning and Strategic Initiatives, items number 1 and 2 have been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any unfinished business? Any new business? Any questions and answers? It's been moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Marsh, that leave be given the mover and seconder to introduce the bylaws listed on the agenda. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk, is there any additional bylaw items?
Yes, there are, through you, Mr. Mayor, there are 2 late starter bylaws, one to do with part lot control for 1 Adam Street and one for part lot control for Watervale Crescent.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Galloway-Sealock, you had a question on one?
Yeah, I could be totally wrong on this, but I'm wondering if in D, if that's supposed to be Thomas Slee Drive instead of Thomas Cell Drive. I could be wrong. There could be a new Thomas Cell Drive, but I feel like it should be Thomas Slee.
I think you're probably right. It is Slee. Okay, so the correction's been made. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Fernandez, the Council resolve itself into Committee of the Whole. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Depending on how long this takes, I may have to pass the floor. So, Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, the tenders have been taken care of, so...
we need to do second reading.
Sorry, thank you. Second reading of the bylaws. All those in favor? Sorry, thank you. Councillor Galloway-Sealock moved it. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Sorry, the tenders have been taken care of. Number 2 is moved by Councillor Gazzola. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Number 3, the sorry,
I have a sorry.
Okay,
I have
so it's been moved, Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, it's been moved by Councillor Schneider. Councillor Marsh, you have a question.
Yeah, I just have a motion to defer this decision because it's been brought to my attention that because of how the wording is on the website, that certain members of the Upper Dune Heritage Conservation District who developed an interest based on the recent activities in that neighborhood to join our Heritage Kitchener committee. They looked on the website and said, "Oh, there's no time. We can't join at this point," and did not apply, even though there was an opening. So I'd like to defer this decision. I'll have a motion to extend the deadline for applicants to Heritage Kitchener for the position representing Upper Dune Heritage Conservation District until November 27th, to be considered by Council on December 14th, just to allow for the full group who are interested to join be considered.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis?
I just have a question. I'm not understanding why that you're deferring this when you yourself called upon action.
Yeah,
and these members had all this time now, and all of a sudden now they want to come forward? I'm not understanding this.
My understanding is that only one individual has put forward an official application, but that there are a couple of individuals who wanted to but didn't think that they could.
Were they here at the meeting?
I don't know if one at least was not. I realized that I did make a public call to what seemed to be the entire neighborhood, but my understanding is that they weren't all here, and they didn't all understand that they could apply.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Davey.
I just need some clarification on this before we proceed. So, how many people can we appoint to this? Because I guess my concern is, what would happen is if this gentleman followed the process and got his application in, and then we're going to delay it and let other people put in their application, and he could get bumped out and not get the position?
Exactly. That precise scenario could happen, but I wonder if, Ms. Tarling, if you can provide any additional information about potential miscommunication to community members?
Through you, Madam Chair, the council always has the discretion to over-appoint for any particular advisory committee. So in considering the current applicant's application and other applications that might come through, typically when we have multiple applicants, we would send it to nominating committee, and then a recommendation would come forward to council. But it is council's discretion if you choose to over-appoint.
Okay, and was there actually any clerical or other mistake the staff made in this process?
I would say that when I wrote the original report, there was only one applicant. It became known to me late last week after the report had already been written that there may be some interest. It turns out that there may be some lack of clarity around the wording on the website, so I will be working with staff to revisit that wording to make it more clear. At this point, the wording is really addressed for our original recruitment process and possibly doesn't adequately represent the position we're in right now with midterm vacancies.
Okay, so last question then. So what's the harm in appointing this gentleman, and then if more people apply, then we can choose to over-appoint?
That is council's discretion. That is one option, that you can choose to appoint this gentleman tonight and then have the nominating committee look at any subsequent applications that might come through, and then council make an over-appointment decision. Or you may, as the motion is before you right now, defer the matter until all applicants can be considered.
Okay, thank you kindly. That would be my preference.
Okay.
Councillor Schneider.
I'm not seeing a need to extend the deadline. There was the original call for applicants. Nobody from that neighborhood applied. When we had the Monster Home issue, we asked them again. No one has applied. And now we have someone who has stepped forward, wants to engage, and I don't feel a need to extend the deadline. If we want to populate this committee, then we can.
Councillor Gazzola.
I think it's been clearly stated that there was a lack of clarity in the on our website or what have you, and I think the appropriate thing to do is wait till we have I think it's 2 or 3 people from that neighborhood to pick what the committee feels is the best person to serve on the Heritage Committee. When we look at all 3 individuals. We've gone a considerable period of time without a representative. We can go another week or so.
Councillor Marsh is in the queue.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure it's clear that I absolutely commend Mr. Hamoin for stepping forward and volunteering to be on the committee. I'm not by any means meaning any disrespect to this first individual from that neighborhood to come forward. But considering that there are a few people who everybody wanted to, I think it would be fair to just wait a couple weeks.
And can I comment as the chair or not?
No, yeah.
Okay. I think that Ms. Tarling made it quite clear that there was some wording around the website. A number of people had attempted to make an application. There was a misunderstanding. I'm not sure what the dates of those were, but certainly once the report was online, I was made aware of a number of people who had made the attempt to apply. I think waiting a couple of weeks is not going to make any difference at all. We always give high regard to our nominating committee and the work that they've done in the past for advisory committees. I think we need to follow the proper process as we always have. with advisory committees, and I think that that would be a wise decision at this time. So I will call the question to the deferral from Councillor March, and I'd like a recorded vote. I can't ask that. You can. All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed? The deferral does not carry. Put the question of the appointment of Mr. Hammond to the Upper Dune Heritage District. It's been moved by
Councillor Davey wants to speak. Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify. So the recommendation's been moved. What happens if more people apply to be on Heritage Kitchener at this point?
Ms. Tarling?
I would need to take direction from council with respect to that. Typically, once the position has been filled, we would not consider any other applicants. So I would need direction from council if you would like for the nominating committee to consider any further applicants for an over-appointment to that particular vacancy.
Okay, and I would add that.
Okay, so Councillor Davey, you're putting that forward as a additional opportunity for further applications to be accepted. Okay, and do I need anything else? Okay, that motion's on the floor. Do we need a seconder? No. Okay.
But no, that's the amendment first. So
sorry.
His is an amendment, so you have to vote for that, and then you go to the original motion.
Okay, so an amendment to the motion is that Heritage Kitchener have an additional representative from the Upper Dune Heritage Conservation District.
Mr. Chapman's indicated.
Yes, Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, I also understood from the original motion that it was intended to set a deadline. I think it was November the 27th, just so that we can be clear on when the process will move ahead. And so it would be helpful if you are giving direction for applications to be received and referred to the nominating committee, that you do set a deadline so that it's not a moving target.
Okay, Councillor Davey, is that your intention? Okay, so then the deadline would be November 27th, I think. Councillor Schneider.
Just want to make sure that are we taking as many members as we want, or are we saying one or two? What's our...
And I'm looking for some direction here and advice, but how about we just take the number of applications that we get and then we decide at that point?
Okay, Mayor Verbanovich?
Yeah, just I guess a question of staff. The position that we're talking about was the position relative to that heritage district. Mm-hmm. So I guess my question becomes, if we go and open it up, is it going to create inequities between that heritage district and other heritage districts that only have one position? So I'm wondering if staff can clarify that. Is that a problem?
Sorry, Mr. May?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think there's the issue that the mayor's identified. There's also a second issue, which is these district representatives actually play a specific role in consultation on heritage applications. And so I guess I wouldn't want to see three representatives of this particular district, because our planning staff cannot be expected to go and try to gain consent from three individuals. And so it may be, well, let me just say that perhaps, if I understand correctly, Heritage Kitchener also has members at large, and so perhaps it would be open that anybody who applies following today could be considered a member at large.
Okay.
In light of that, just to speed things up, then what I'll suggest is one further, an additional member of Heritage Kitchener, and that member would be at large. Is that fair? Clear?
Okay. Councillor Gazzola. Okay. So an additional member at large would be for any additional applications would go to the nominating committee so that we could consider a additional member at large for the Heritage Committee. Okay.
So, hold on, question of clarification.
Yes, Mayor.
Sorry, not
Rabinovich.
trying to be difficult, but then if that's what we're going to do, that means that the person could apply from anywhere in the city? If it's at large, correct? Okay.
All right.
Councillor Marsh.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Just another question of staff then. Just when we have representatives from the different heritage districts, is it within those representatives' official role to go back to their committees within their communities and get consensus, or is it just one individual who happens to live in that neighborhood who speaks on behalf of the neighborhood without potentially consulting anybody else?
Mr. May?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think our objective and our ideal is that we have a representative that does talk to the neighborhood. I think the reality, and I'm not speaking specifically to this position, but that can be difficult for some volunteer representatives to take a controversial application forward to people that they live next door to. And so I think our experience has been that hasn't always worked out, and so we do look to them, and they provide their individual response based on their understanding of the district plan.
Is it also their responsibility, whether they get consensus or not, to at least inform the people in their community?
Again, I think that would be ideal. I don't think that's always been, we haven't had total success, and I'm not just speaking to this one particular district.
Yeah, oh, of course, yeah. And I'm only asking in a general sense too. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Councillor Schneider?
Just a further question. If we're talking of adding another member at large, what happens to the original applicants who were not selected to be on the Heritage Committee? Are they now once again reconsidered, or are we just considering from the people who apply this time?
Mr. May.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, I see Councillor Snyder looking at me for the answer, and frankly, I think that's a question for Council. This is the decision you're making, and so we would take direction from you on that.
Councillor, sorry. Councillor Ioannidis.
No, that was sort of similar to my question, the one that I wanted to ask, is because if we open it up to a member at large, then it shouldn't be priority given to a member that's not part of those heritage districts first. What's that?
Would that be up to us to decide?
Well, I don't know what the bylaws are, but if it's a member at large, you want to have someone that's from the broader community first before you go with someone in the same heritage district as one.
Mr. May?
Through you, Madam Chair, two points on that question. First of all, members at large can come from anywhere in the city, so they can live in any of our existing heritage districts. If I'm understanding clerks correctly, this is not something staff are recommending. We are saying it's totally within council's purview. So I think it really is up to council to make these decisions on these details. We're trying to facilitate how you might do it, but you would have to make those decisions.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Davey?
Yeah, thank you. I apologize. I withdraw the amendment.
Okay.
Councillor Gazzola.
Councillor Gazzola.
Well, I'm bringing the amendment back. Okay? I don't, and in this case, I'm saying it's limited to the two people that we know of that are interested from the Upper Dune Heritage Conservation Area. Because we've heard that there are two people that have tried to apply. I cannot believe I'm here interested in our Heritage Committee, and I know that these people that are in that area.
Councillor Schneider, you do not have the floor. Councillor Gazzola.
If you're really concerned about our community, if you're concerned about our committees, We want people on our committees that are working for the interest of that committee. And I think that when we've got these two people that I've heard who got mixed up on some of the information, they're both from the Heritage District, which means they are vitally interested in heritage, not only in their district but in our entire community. And they would be, either one of them would be excellent people to have on the committee. So I would move that we move in that direction. We'll limit it to one person. We limit it to the date that was set up, but let's move ahead here.
Okay.
Two more speakers, Galloway Seelock and Ioannidis.
Councillor Galloway Seelock.
Yeah, the implication is that the current applicant that we have is not interested in the community, yet has brought forward an application, follows all the criteria that is required under the position, has brought forward his interest after sitting in our committee meetings for a long time, who spoke in front of us, who has ample requirements and ample experience in order to fulfill the role. We have a citizen who is engaged, who wants to be a part of this committee, and we're sitting here saying you're not qualified because we have two more people in the waiting. That is not okay, in my opinion. There's no point of order.
About the individual
that's not. I'm sorry. There's no point of order.
Excuse me.
I've said nothing.
Councillor Galloway Seelock, you've made your point. We're going to call the question.
I'm sorry.
So
I waited. I challenged the chair.
Okay. Challenge the chair.
I challenge the chair on the basis that I've sat around here and listened to everybody else, and I've asked for my turn to speak, and I'm not being given my turn to speak. So I asked my fellow councillors to allow me to finish my comments, and that's why I will challenge the chair.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I can help you here.
You may help me.
I would suggest to you that you can't call it to question, and it would have to be a member of council that calls it to question and asks for a vote to happen to that effect, and that hasn't happened. So Councillor Galloway Seelock would in fact still have the floor unless someone moves that.
Carry on.
I have the floor.
Carry on.
Thank you. I just think what we're doing here is we have an applicant, and I'll try not to repeat myself just through everything that's just happened, who's interested in the committee, who sat through one of our meetings for a very long time, who has put his name forward after this position being open for over a year. Unfortunately, things have happened, and I think at this time I am willing to support moving forward with this gentleman who fits all of the criteria that are required for this position.
Councillor Gazzola.
That was part of my motion, and that was part of Councillor Davies' motion, to appoint this person, but also to allow the appointment of one additional person. So it's that the person that's there is not being questioned.
Mayor Urbanovic.
Okay, I won't be supporting the amendment. I will support the motion that's in front of us. Quite frankly, it boils down to two principles for me. Number one, we have an applicant who applied after we've had vacancies for a long period of time, after we've advertised several times, and we couldn't fill it. We had a member of council encourage that person to apply. They've done what was expected of them, and it seems to me, I'm just saying, this is my interpretation, it seems to me there may be some people who don't want this person on that committee. Maybe not, maybe I'm wrong. My view is this person's applied, they're the only person that's applied, and at this point we need to deal with that. I'm not prepared to consider one or two other people or whatever, because I don't know who's interested or who's not interested, or should we go back and include the people that we didn't have a spot for a year ago, or should we open it up to everyone again? I don't think we need to do that. And so that's where I'll be sitting on this. You have two more people that want to speak.
Councillor Marsh.
He's made a motion to call it to question, so you need to have a vote on that first.
We'll be voting on the amendment.
No, you have to vote on calling it to question. Well, I'm sorry, Councillor Gazzola.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Those are the procedures. I'm trying to help the chair. Well, Councillor Gazzola, there is a procedural bylaw. 2 minutes.
I need to understand. I'm just looking at the motion to call the question. You're asking to put the citizen.
Yes, you need to call the vote.
The citizen appointment, is that what?
You call it to question about going ahead with the votes,
Okay,
yes.
That's all I want to know. Thank you. All right, we'll call the question. Recorded vote? On the call of the question.
People, let's take this seriously.
Okay, all those in favor? And those opposed? Right. I'll call the question of the heritage appointment, citizen appointment.
The amendment first.
I'm sorry, the amendment to have a additional member sit on the Heritage Committee as a representative of the Upper Dune Heritage Conservation District.
It's called to question.
It's been called to question. Yeah. Sorry, it's been called to question. Recorded vote? All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, we call the original motion, which was citizen appointment to the Heritage Kitchener. Recorded vote. All those in favor? Please vote now. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. On to number 4.
Okay, I need a motion. We have, so does Councillor Fernandez do that or do I do that? I do that? Okay, so I need a motion to go past 11 so we can do the boathouse lease and do third reading. Moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favor?
Okay.
Okay, it needs to be unanimous. Councillor Gazzola? You're going to oppose, so you want to come back to finish one item? Really? Councillor Gazzola, I don't think, I'd ask you to seriously consider what you're doing. We are here. Councillor Gazzola, I'm going to ask you to make a decision that's in the best interest of this community so that we can do what we need to do to finish the business of this corporation. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Councillor Fernandez, you have the floor.
Sorry, I clicked out. Number 4, the boathouse lease. Moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. All those in favor? All those none opposed? That's carried. Bylaws of...
Move that the committee rise and report.
That the proceedings in the recorded pecuniary interest and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date as attached hereunto and forming part of these minutes are hereby adopted and confirmed. All those in favor? That's carried.
It's been moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Marsh, that the bylaws listed on the agenda for third reading be taken as read a third time, be finally passed and numbered serially by the clerk. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Ioannidis that we adjourn. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you.